So why it ain't objective? Why the feeling of safe is different per person? You don't make me feel safe. But to somebody else, that make them feel safe. You'll always be a part of me. I hope y'all feel safe in this room already. Say
What a loop. Boo! Tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes.
Queen, what you doing? Are you about to be a headache again? You always be my dang on headache. I think, nah, I thought I be thinking things gonna be better. They still give me a headache. Never mind. That's just something that's never gonna change. I don't feel safe. And you know, it's funny. That's what I thought about something that was like, even when they go to environments that are not safe, they still, how do they feel safe still? Like, I don't know. I thought it was, if you don't feel safe, you wouldn't even try it. I don't know. I guess more stuff. I'm gonna think of more stuff though. I wouldn't feel safe when I see people cussing each other out. A fight gonna break out or something. But some people feel comfortable in environments. Hmm. Interesting. Mm-hmm. That last question gonna tell me a lot about people. Is it better to love or be happy? Is it better to love or be happy? I think that's kind of the war we live in right now. That's going on right now. Everybody want to be happy. Some people's happiness is love. James Sunder, Tiny James. Why did two James come in here? A pleasure? The heck? These names, I'm about to do their name type of. I don't know what is. T. What the heck? That's a Diogenes some. What the heck? Bella. Okay. See all these names flying past with no taps. Let you Jaquim. Jaquim. I don't know if I'm saying the name right.
It's Joaquin. Joaquin.
Okay, okay. What's
Yes,
up,
sir.
okay?
What's
What you got
good?
for
What's
me?
good?
How did your Christmas go?
It was good. How about yours? Pretty good.
Real good, man. Spent time with the fam.
Very Merry Christmas.
Yep.
I think it's better for. I think it's better, like, for a woman to create her own safety. Like,
Hmm.
like,
Give me an example of that.
like, like carry pepper spray. Like, I don't think it should be anybody's responsibility but theirs.
Hmm.
What do you think?
I mean, I can see that. I think you should play a major part in your own safety. Yeah. Because it ain't nobody else's really their job. Nobody's entitled to keeping nobody safe for real.
Better, yeah. I think women should not feel safe.
Does it not feel safe? Hmm.
Yeah,
Why not?
cause, bruh, they be weaker. They're slower. They're dumber. I think they should learn to like understand like the natural order of things.
What, learn lessons?
Huh?
Oh, what, learn a hard lesson or something, you're saying?
Yeah, I feel like they should never feel safe, never be safe.
That make a lot of sense.
They already live an easy life. Now they should learn to live the hard life.
Hmm. For what? Like, what's the ultimate goal at the end?
At the end of the day, I think they will evolve into a greater, like us, you know. So,
Interesting.
what do you think?
Mm, I don't know. I don't know about that. It will make us greater. I don't see. Do we even feel safe? Do men feel safe?
I feel very safe
What make you feel safe?
because I'm a big man. I'm a strong big man. All right.
Dang, you could even hold it in for front of your people.
Being a strong big man don't mean nothing.
Yeah, dude.
Nuh-uh,
I could
because you
beat
can
your
get
ass
you can
any
get a
day.
woman. You can, but watch. Look, this is what women do to big men like that, right? Especially if she's your wife. You know how they unalive their big buff husbands back then? They poisoned you. They fed you. They smiled in your face and fed you
Nah, but that could
poison.
never happen to me, boy.
It can happen to you, and you won't even know it. I'm just saying
'Cause
that now. It
I
can
be
happen to
dodging
any
and I
one
be
of us.
weaving. At the end of the day, they can never touch me.
Not only that, but we live in a new time period. We got pew-pews. You can stand over there,
Nah, I be
and
dodging
as
their
a woman, I
bullets.
can just like, come on now. We live in a whole new world.
You
It
ain't
don't
even
matter
gonna
how
see me
big you are.
coming. I'm gonna come from behind
We
you. I'm
got
gonna crack.
weapons.
I'm gonna snap your
People
neck.
got weapons. It don't matter. Look, it don't matter how big you are. You ain't big no more.
Nah, I
Like,
be
come on
dodging them
now.
bullets. I'm
Think
fast.
real.
I'm
Think
quick on
real.
my feet.
Think real. You think
You ain't
big
never
men are
gonna
scaring
touch
women
me.
nowadays? Women are out here attacking these men now and unaliving them. You think she's
Nah,
scared of you being big? I promise you she's
women be
not.
scared to walk on the street, on the sidewalk. They can't be doing
That's
nothing.
what I'm saying. These women are out here defending themselves now. They don't care if you big. They out here taking classes. They out here carrying. Being big and buff don't mean nothing no
Them
more
Krav
unless you
Maga
defending
classes ain't gonna
yourself.
help you,
For
buddy.
your mental.
Literally, he stand over there. Ta-ta. Like what?
Nah, but I can also carry a gun.
I'm just letting you know, baby. Don't feel too safe and comfortable because you not. I'm gonna just let you know that now.
Oh, it's all women in the panel so far. You about to get jumped, boy. You see if the muscles gonna help you now.
Nah, cause I also got a woman right here beside me. She's gonna help me out.
Hi.
You got a woman
Hi,
to knock.
baby.
She's gonna help me. I'm all good.
In the background over the top. Hey, you ain't gonna say that again in front of her though. She
I
ain't gonna
swear everything.
You gonna be in that doghouse, my boy.
He already is.
There you
See,
go.
look.
Get him.
She's smart.
Yeah, he's an
Get
idiot.
him. He was talking all type of junk behind your back. He
Okay.
said you
What did
never
he
feel
say?
safe. You ain't gonna never feel safe.
He doesn't feel safe.
Not when I'm
I kick
around.
his ass.
But he said he feels safe. What you mean? He up here
He
talking all
doesn't.
that.
I kick his ass every day.
I tell. He said his muscles ain't big enough, huh?
He's tiny. He's so
It
small.
always be the panders that be talking tough on live and got boy. Hey, put him in his place, man.
Call a
Put him in his
book.
place. Show him who runs that relationship.
Period.
You know majority of the time. I hear that. You hear that barking in the background? That's him. In that doghouse. Well, that doghouse. Why? He's like, what's that stuff you was talking about? Feel safe out there.
Peace out.
Nah,
Peace out.
No, now he
don't get shot
leaving.
now,
Now
boy.
he
You got that little
leaving.
spanky coming, boy.
Now he leaving.
Nah,
Okay.
he gonna leave now.
He took off.
He don't feel safe.
Yeah, he don't feel safe now. He like, dang,
But he said he felt so safe.
Whip that whip across. Wow. He said, what was that you was talking?
Happy New Year, y'all.
Nothing for a whole 2 months. Looking at it. What's
Happy
up,
New Year, y'all.
Sweet and Aflac? I'm gonna still call you that. I ain't gonna change your name. Bet. And main thing in the bed. What you got for me, Aflac? Anyway, you was the second. You was the next one, and then Sweet, we gonna get her next. We gonna get Bookie. So the topic is, you see, is it better to feel safe or be safe?
I would say both, but to pick an answer, I would say be safe. I think women, especially when they're growing up as children, they should be protected. They should be safe. They shouldn't just feel safe. Like they need to be safe. because that's where it starts.
Okay, let's get that
And
in
run
there.
the pan. You need to run the panel on this one, dude. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah. I know. Cause we got to start questioning these sayings we just tend to say.
It's yeah, especially in this world. This is just something that I learned recently. Like, it is very, important to be safe out here. Not everybody is trustworthy. Not only that, but you could be, naive in a situation, not know what's going on until the last minute. That could probably cost your life. So that's why I'm like, being safe, especially is just so important. And that's just the mindset that I'm in right now, only because I was put in a situation where I was naive and I didn't know what was going on. And then I didn't realize like I was truly blessed in that, in that moment, because I'm like, something bad could have happened. But that's why I like, being safe is more important. I really do.
And the reason why I say that's why I do, because we gonna question the man too later about that be the peace. Because people say a lot of these things, and it's like, okay, what do this really mean? And then it's so subjective because each person is different. Because I done heard people talking about that they feel safe in areas that it look like people about to get popped at type stuff, but if he's a thug and all this stuff, they feel safe. So it's like, hold up.
Well,
I don't know.
doesn't it depend on where
Being
you
safe is
stand
you
at
feel
in the
like you're safe.
hierarchy there?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're at the top of the chain there in the neighborhood that you're in, then yeah, you're going to feel like you're untouchable because hey, I got all these guys under me, and I mean, it's the same as being in the military. Just about, it's just a different structure. I mean, you're just structuring it differently and calling it different things. But I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, at the same time, I mean, yeah, you're going to feel pretty much untouchable because everybody's going to be willing to do whatever to be able to keep you going, keep you pushing. But
So let
at the
me
same time,
real quick before you go too far, because I want to get a little order in this thing. Get like
sorry,
everybody.
sir. Sorry,
No, you
sir.
good. We get everybody 2 minutes to answer this. Then we gonna go to open panel and expand more. So I'm gonna get Miss Sweet M Sweeten in. I think that's how I say the name.
Yeah, MM Sweetie.
Yeah, what you got for me? Do you feel like feeling safe or being safe is more important?
Well, I actually appreciated hearing the other people's explanations because I didn't even think about like
A lot of
if
yeah, a
you
lot of women don't think that
I
much.
didn't think about like where you live. I think that it is more important to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can't be safe, then I think it's important to feel safe because feelings like if you're not feeling safe, then you're stressed, and that just affects everything else in your body and in your home.
Okay. All right. Give me a second, real quick. Hold up. Is that Cass? Cass, my mutual. Hold up. He changed his picture. Oh, that is Cass. What's the deal, man? All right.
So,
I see
man,
you
we
been
not
doing your
twins no
thing.
more,
You been
man.
hosting them lives and stuff. I see you doing your thing, man. Getting them stuff going. There you go. Lord, spread that word. Spread that word. All right. Was it Assured? Oh, no. Hold on. It was Okay, we're gonna go to Shore, then Bucky, and man, whenever let me know. But
Shayla.
you muted already, huh? Huh? What's up? What you
Shayla.
say? Jayla.
My Shayla.
I ain't gonna say my, but I'm gonna say her Shayla.
You know
'Cause I
what's
got
funny
my
is that
ring.
I didn't even know what that was at first, and people would come into lives and say that, and I thought it was like somebody I knew on TikTok, and I
Yeah,
didn't. And I'm like, oh
Tyrese.
my
No,
god,
no, it's actually a really sad thing once you
it
look into
really
it.
is. When
It's
I
a
found
sad
out what it
thing
was,
where
it's
men try to
terrible.
express themselves and they make it a joke about it. You know what I'm saying? Man can never express themselves, but they say they want men to express. Okay, that's a whole nother topic, y'all. But
Nah, you're right, dude. You're right.
yeah,
You're on point. Yeah.
yes, sir. Sure. What you got for me? You got 2 minutes. What you got for me? What you got? An example? Oh, well, we ain't doing example
Yeah, I'm
right
gonna
now.
give you an example, but it's a true story.
Okay.
True story. This happened a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Texas, so everybody down here pretty much tote. Me and my wife had us a weekend out at in Tyler, Texas. Some guys was steady walking by, looking at me crazy. Me being from Dallas, Texas, the city, preferably, I seen something coming. Now she on spot what's finna happen. These guys finna try to get me, rob me. I told my wife, I said, give me that pistol in the front seat and tell my daughter, give me the pum pum. I don't know how we got to talk on this, but give me that pum pum and tell my daughter to get in the back seat. So when I upped that stick, my wife felt unsafe.
I really hope you cooking.
Do you see where I'm getting at? Yeah, I'm finna cook now. Let me go and stir this brew up.
I'm just hearing some noise.
Okay, cause
I hope it's
Yes, sir.
cooking.
Hey,
my
that's
Yeah,
brain.
nasty. Hey,
No,
hey,
no, no.
hey,
Let
look,
him.
I'm
No,
comfortable.
no, no.
help,
Let
help,
no,
help,
no, no.
I
Malik.
say you feeling too
He
safe in
cooking.
here to be
No,
just
no, no.
doing it like
Let him
that.
finish. Let
that's
him finish the
nasty, bro.
soup. Let him finish the soup.
That's nasty, though.
Let him finish the soup.
It's too early.
Yeah, that's the
Don't
point.
be
When it's
that
early,
early.
when it's early, you gotta squeeze the weasel. That's what they call it. Now you got caught in
Man,
the
it
story. Come on
happens.
back, brother.
Sometimes
What
you
is you
got it.
doing? You muted. We didn't finish the story up.
He muted. I think he frying something.
I mean, I
Mm,
could tell you one or the other the same way. I mean, shit, it don't
okay.
matter. I mean, there are bad people depending on where you go and where you're located at. Not knowing the counties you're going into, not knowing the cities you're going into. I mean, you got people that are coming up at you saying, "Hey, you're in my city. You didn't check in." The fuck does that mean, checking in? Why the fuck do I got to check in with you? I don't know you from Adam.
Did you feel safe?
Dude, I feel safe. Oh yeah, I felt plenty safe. Trust me, I felt safe. Now, did I feel safe for my girl? Did I feel safe for the children? No, I didn't. And that was a compromising situation. If it was just me, fucking
Mm,
standoff. But fucking hustle them up in there, fucking handle shit, done and done.
okay, okay. All right, let me get Shayla, then Cass, and then I'm gonna get main thing in. You know, I gotta get my mind line.
Well, when it comes to safety, I feel like, especially with when a man can provide like emotional safety, mental safety, spiritual safety, the physical safety isn't a far stretch because men are naturally protective in that. Like, it doesn't take much for you to go out and something happens. It'd be easier for you guys to be, to step in. But when men can provide the other safety coordinates for a woman, it's automatic that other safety and that gets taken into consideration. So I think it's a balance of all of it, really.
So you said you're gonna take the easy route. It's all of them. Okay, I got you.
Well,
Then.
there's more than one safety. You can be physically safe and then not be emotionally safe or mentally safe, or feel like that's your one person. Like, at the end of the day, when you're growing old with somebody, that is your person at the end of the day. There is nobody before, after, during, and that person you should be able to go and both ways go to, depend on, lean on, get help with, ask for without hesitation. And so there's a safety within that relationship that creates a foundation of their life. And I think that's a big deal. And when those safeties, are breached, problems come in. That's just how.
Yeah, because a woman looks at you
Hold on, real
like
quick. Hold up.
you're not capable
We're
of
not open
protecting
panel
me.
yet. We're not open panel yet. Not yet. Not yet. Cause
My bad, bro. My bad.
I literally have a after I let them two go, I'm actually I'm gonna let her since she had it. I'm gonna make sure she can be able to, cause I don't let stuff slide. I like details. I need her to, since she basically I'm gonna say she dug her own hole because she got to give me examples of spiritual and all this other stuff. I'm gonna see if she just using sound bites or if she actually got good examples.
No,
But
so
I'm
when
gonna
it
have
comes,
you use examples after I let I'm gonna let Cast and Main thing go, and then you could be the first one to answer that, and we're gonna open panel from that point. Because
sounds good.
I wanna see something on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because you use a lot of different safeties. That's interesting. All right, so Cass, what you got for me, my brother? Is it better to feel for a woman to feel safe or be safe?
It is better to be safe. To be safe is a state of being.
Mhm.
So there most certainly should be things in place for that level of comfort to feel that way. Well, no, not to feel that way. Excuse me. To be that. The feeling part that could be very fleeting, and there is such a thing as a false sense of security or a false sense of hope and a false sense of safety. Sometimes people see, I'll give you like public spaces, right? There could be a disaster that took place. I'm not going to get into details, but there could be a disaster that takes place, a man-made disaster, let's say that. And then you'll be watching the news, and now you see all of these armed forces there, and people take like a breath of fresh air, like, oh, I feel safe. Feel safe from what? The danger already happened. You know what I'm saying? That's a false sense of security. They're not keeping anybody safe. The situation that's already over. Disaster has struck. So somebody could tell you, promise you anything to make you feel safe. And a lot of times that type of stuff means after the pain, if you make it through it, there could be some form of response. That's what that is. But being safe is more so about your actions, your state of being, things you put in place to preventative measures. That's what I'm really trying to get at, to keep certain hazardous conditions away from you, or potentially hazardous conditions away from you, to keep that state of being. I rest there by the
Nice. That's always important. All right, one more person, Maine, and then we gonna get Shayla to give us examples. Then we just gonna open panel from Shayla. I got this because I feel like she gonna have a lot on that one. So main thing, what you got for me?
I mean, shit, you only as safe as you feel, and feelings don't guarantee your safety. I think some people think that they have a safe mindset, but your decisions will show that you make poor decisions when it comes to your safety. Like any woman that ever said, "Oh, I was in a domestic violence relationship," I always believe, hey, how much did you care about your safety? Was you sitting up here arguing with the man, challenging him? Was you sitting up here calling him out his name?
Right.
What level of disrespect did you show to make a person want to have this reaction towards you? Because some people, what they say, provoking.
Yeah. You talking about like provoking and stuff? Yeah. I thought she was finishing up. It caught me off guard how she did that. The provoking? That was a question. All right. All right. Got me with the cliffhanger. Okay. Shayla, go ahead and start that off with the examples. Give me all the examples. You said it's multiple versions of safety. You said give me some examples of all of them. Mental, spiritual.
So for me, when I say those things, I've been married twice. I've been married to my ex-husband and my current husband, and I've only been with those two men. My first marriage, there wasn't a foundation of safety, which got to the point that I did have to leave. But I do have a faith. So one, finding someone with my faith. So when things are really hard and we're not getting along, or we have a problem between us, anytime my husband will go and either pray over me, read with me, guide me with that, and create the safety of our foundation, that helps. When he takes into consideration how I feel, even if if I'm upset or whatever, if he listens and he hears me out and it talks me through it and allows me to at least express how I'm feeling, that creates safety. Making sure that I'm helping the way we choose to take care of each other first, to make sure the other one's good, because serving each other in our marriage means we don't serve ourselves, we serve each other first. And that creates the safety of showing up for the other person, because we're the one that shares the bed, we're the one that shares the responsibilities, and there's no two other people in this house doing those things. And so it's on us to make sure that we're good to create the life that we're living with our children. And then for me, the physical aspect is the same way, because with all those other things, and like anytime we go out, where he chooses to sit so that he sees the door, where he chooses to walk so I'm not exposed, when he chooses to hold my hand so I'm close, those things seem to be more automatic even as those other things are built up as well. Because you can break down someone's safety by not doing those things, and then you can build someone's safety by doing those things. And so for me, it's multiple. That's why I said it was multiple safeties and what you choose to go on. Go ahead.
I guess my main one, I want to know what's spiritual safety? Like, give me an example of that.
Because for us, Christ is our foundation and the center, and to be able to go back to that for us, to make sure that even when we're having a problem that we can't go to, we find somewhere in the scriptures, or we're praying together and we're trying to go through it, and we're not choosing to like dwell on the issue and trying to work it out and trying to do it the way we feel like God wants us to do it, or show up the way we're supposed to, apologizing where we need to. It always starts with that conviction, you know, inside of us to be like, hold on, this is where I was wrong, or him saying this is where I was wrong, or whatever. But that is what brings us back together down to our core, is because that is the foundation for us. And so that safety within our faith is like a huge part of our foundation. And so someone that can bring that back for us, to me, is spiritual safety. Somebody who doesn't reject it, ignore it, or pretend like it's not part of this. He'll always go back to that, even if, you know, we're, like I said, if we're disagreeing, we'll always go back to that first. And does that make sense?
I get you a little bit. I get you. All right, so go ahead, Bucky. You can start the open panel off, and everybody else, if y'all want to jump in, explain more. You know, what you got, Bucky?
Ultimately, it doesn't matter about what you believe by denomination. When it comes to Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, what is what it is. There are prophetic things that have been proven throughout history, including in other religions, not just the biblical religions, Abrahamic religions. So ultimately, that really doesn't matter. I mean, the truth is the truth. It is what it is. There's been over 4,000. It's actually 5,000, but I'm being generous. There's over 4,000 accounts of Jesus, both in the past and in the present, that correlate with what he said, what was said. It ultimately proves his existence and who he is. It's just mathematically possible. And for somebody like me, who looks at numbers all day, it is what it is. You can believe or disbelieve.
See, and for our relationship,
Well, it sucks for somebody like me because I'm a sexual degenerate. I like to hook up and then just leave it alone. If Jesus is real, that means the rest of it's real, and that a POS.
See, and I'm the opposite. The only two people I've ever been with,
You know he ain't safe.
you know.
Nah, I'm safe.
Mocha. No, I'm saying you don't feel safe
But
when you get comfortable. That's the opposite. I got you. So Jesus make her feel safe, and
nah,
I
mean, well, there's love, there's warrior. I mean, there's a reason why it's called the armor of God, and that's what Jesus wore.
I understand.
Prince of Peace.
like this thing right here.
Lucky, I'm gonna save you right now because I understand your talking point. I'm a woman that looks at numbers all day. I look at numbers all day myself. I would not have a career if I didn't look at numbers all day. So I do understand your talking point, but when you happily, and then when you look at humanity, it's not equivalent as to how it should be, because when we looking at numbers, we see how it can be conflated. The numbers are being conflated. They are telling you to do what you want them to do, but the numbers, and we looking at the numbers, and then you have somebody above you telling you like, okay, yeah, we see that, but add this into that, add this, and they're giving you different spreadsheets to keep on changing the numbers and changing that shit. The humanitarian, to be a human, I mean, we can earn the money. I get you, Bucky. We can earn the money all day. But when we are a part of some nonsense, it's hard. I mean, and we just the bottom of it. Just to take care of your family, just to make sure that you are doing the right thing. It is a hard thing to do. Okay, if you think it's funny, okay.
No, I mean
I don't know
I
what in the
mean
Count Dracula's going on right now. What do y'all mean about
no,
the
I mean
numbers? Y'all ain't.
different sex,
There's a
different
connective tissue
sex,
here.
different religions. It doesn't matter
Open
ultimately.
battle.
One does actually love human beings, want what is best for human beings. The other says, and these are the two biggest on the planet. The other one is Islam. One says, do what I say, or you will no longer be alive. The other says, I wish you would do what it says because we love you. So what's the difference between the two? Now, not all Christians are the same, mind you, but that's what Christians are supposed to be. Maybe Muslims are supposed to do the same thing ultimately, but I never read that in the original text.
I'm trying to see y'all projecting from this point because I don't know
No,
what.
because when it comes down to this everyday life and
I'm trying to
being
see.
a
I'm
part,
trying to see how this got to
listen,
do.
the money structure
You got
is
it.
the only structure that is never
Structure of
broken
life or
down.
structure of what?
The structure of humanity.
What the?
Because it should not be like this. It should not even be like this.
That's
You
not
should
the
not.
same humanity. That's not
Everything should
fair.
be free. If you look at who
Who
actually
said
is
that?
running stuff, everything should be free.
Nah, everybody should be working, but everything ain't free.
No, when you are in finances,
If everything ain't free,
healthcare,
you can start it off. You can just
it
start
should
giving
be
giving
free.
stuff away.
Bro, when you work in big corporations, and I'm just not talking about the little ones, big corporations, and I'm a small thing to a giant. But they do rely.
Mocha, what you got for me?
We let it go for too long.
It's number 420. I think I see that.
Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? I would say be safe because feeling safe is a result of being safe. So it's better to be safe so that you can feel safe.
Okay.
Hmm.
So
Going through them, or we just on
we
one?
just saying we got the examples. So Shayla, I had her be the last one to do examples. I mean everybody can put examples though, but I was asking her, what she said there's so many different versions of safety, right? It's about feeling, it's about being, it's about spiritual, it's about
We're talking about mental and emotional
yeah,
and
mental. And I wanted to give examples of all of them, even though I feel like a lot of that stuff ties into the feel. It sounds like so far, even spiritual is a feeling. Um,
I
Go ahead, sweetie. You got something?
Yeah, I was gonna say I I think it is all part of being safe because I get what she's saying and uh because like when you're looking at your home, right? So when you're at your house, you want to be able to open up with your partner and you want to be able to share things with them. I mean, like I've been divorced twice and I have a partner now who we are I'm not going to get into all the reasons. We're not getting married, but we have made a choice to stay together. Like we plan on being life partners. That's what we call each other. But with him, I can share anything that comes up in my head. I can speak my mind to him and he can do the same for me.
Okay.
And so it's not just a feeling of safe. I know when I go to him and I can tell him anything. I can share anything with him and vice versa. And he's not just going to get angry and leave. Do you know what I mean? And vice versa. Like I'm not going to get angry and leave. I don't know how to explain it. So I think it might, if you are safe, even if it just seems like it's a mental thing, it is also being safe.
Okay. Anybody else want to rebut or add to, or anybody?
well, and when it comes and I agree with her when it comes to all that stuff. Like there's a point of trust and vulnerability that comes into play with these longevity committed relationships. And for me, I've never really thought love was a feeling. I always felt like it was a choice. Sorry, I've got lots of roosters. It was always a choice. Like, 'cause there's days that you may not like your partner. There's days that you are frustrated. There's days where you have to work a little bit harder, and you still choose to show up for that person no matter what. A lot of the times when you have a feeling of love, divorce is so easily next
Love that
because
rooster back there.
I know, I'm so sorry. We have 4 of them and we're trying to
He
get
getting
rid of
louder and
3 of
louder too.
them.
Like, is you gonna pay me attention? I don't feel safe.
I'm like, listen, y'all need to go away. Stop. Hold on, I'm about to chase him off my deck. You better get out of here.
Say, get
You
off my
guys have
deck.
a whole property to go run, and you guys are all up on my deck. Bye-bye.
Get the bottle
Get
of
off your
barbecue
deck.
sauce. That'll set them straight. Get that
Listen,
barbecue
my
sauce out.
husband's
That'll
about
set them
to
straight.
my husband's about to make 3 of them into dinner if we can't find homes for them. We just don't have enough chickens for 4 roosters. It turns into a fight all the time. These roosters are always fighting over these chicks. It's nuts. I mean, it's like Jersey Shore up in my house with these people. It's crazy. But no, there's just sometimes, when people treat love as a feeling, if you don't like somebody, you can go, and that's not a real commitment. Commitment is like, even though you may not feel this way, you're still going to show up because you know who this person is. You know what y'all have been through. You know what's happened. Because your feelings of love, ends up going into the act of marriage in a lot of cases. And what happens when you don't feel that way? Well, in my mind, is you act yourself back into that. You still show up. You still serve the other. Because for me, because I'm in a marriage, so for us, we serve the other person. Because if we serve ourselves, why are we with them? You know what I'm saying? There's no point in serving yourself in a relationship. You're there to do for the other. As much as I want to serve my husband also wants to serve me. And we do the whole love language thing. Like, mine is acts of service, his is physical touch. So he loves it when I come up and, give him a hug or put my arm on his shoulder, wrap my arm around him if he's sitting down. He loves that stuff. And he's a big guy, but he still loves it. But when he wakes up and makes my coffee or cleans out my car for me or makes sure I have gas, stuff like that, it may not be huge, extravagant things, but he sees me. He knows what I need. I don't got to ask. And that's an amazing way to feel safe, where I don't even have to ask for these things because he knows me well enough and he loves me enough to be like, no, I'm going to get this done, and vice versa. It's not like a one-way street. And so those were kind of the things that kind of build up. Safety isn't about all the glitz and the glam and all the things you can have. It's really like the small stuff, like a cup of coffee. It'd take this girl a long way. I love that, where I don't have to make it myself. And I know it doesn't seem like a big deal, but it just makes me feel like he cares. He sees me, he knows I like it, and he's willing to be like, here, I got that for you.
Yeah. So I would say this. I get to just to correct, right? I mean, because it ain't no right or wrong with, but love is a feeling. It's emotion. It's a choice, and it is action. It's all 4 of those. We can't separate them, and it's at different times. Sometimes you can choose it, and sometimes you don't choose to love because sometimes it just happens because
Well, I
emotion.
would say that it's an act of the will that's accompanied with emotion. So if it's led by emotion or if it's void of emotion, it's not the same thing. Like, when you choose to, and then it's accompanied with the emotion, that is like love to me. And that's the
Yeah.
same thing. Yeah. So I'll clarify. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
just
what I'm
like
saying. It's not either when it
it's
comes to
not
that, it's not
void of
either or.
emotion by any means, but it is accompanied with emotion, right? You can't just
It's an emotion. Love is an emotion. It's emotion too. It's a feeling and an emotion. So I'm just saying, like, with what you said, it's not an either or with all of them. Nobody wouldn't be wrong if somebody said one of the 4. Be it is
Right.
all of them. It's an action.
Right.
It's something that you choose to do. It's literally it's a feeling and an emotion. It's all 4 of them. So it's like, I know a lot of people. I hear a lot of people try to separate them, but it's literally all 4 of them.
And there's different building blocks. You know that the 3 Little Pigs reference with the straw and the sticks and the brick? How you choose to build the foundation of your life will depend on if it can stand or not. So if you're only giving qualities of straws, that thing's going to come down real quick. But if you can put brick by brick down and create this solid foundation between the two, whatever that looks like you can withstand the storm that shows up. Not everyone can do that. And it really depends on what you choose to build your foundation with. So yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. I already know how this is going. So everybody want to be quiet now, but if I start talking, I bet people gonna be talking like crazy. They be like, "Okay, I didn't think about that."
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I asked, can I go through the panel? I mean, go through the questions, or are we doing one by one? You said
No,
she
we
was
just going
giving.
to we just sticking with the
Yeah.
green one and the first one. That's it. We
I
just
see
Okay.
I see Sweetie was trying to like she sounded like she got a little softer voice. So she was trying to get off the mute
okay.
to
What
say
you got?
something.
What you got? Ain't that sweet?
I'm not really sweet, let me tell you. I do. I have. So I just. If it is it okay if I? So I have a. I don't. I have a book that I bought a while ago by Brene Brown. It's called Atlas of the Heart, and she talks about love. Can I read her definition? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How we get to love if we talking about safety? I'm trying to follow the conversation, but you started going into relationships, and I don't know how we correlating this to feeling
Yeah,
safe and being safe.
yeah, that's true. Okay, you right. You right. Go ahead. Let's go ahead and steer us on. Yeah, we got to steer us back on. That good one. Look, Mocha. Look at Mocha.
That's
Might.
right, Mocha
You know what? I'm about to
Hunted.
hold up. What's your main page? What's your main? What's your main page you be on? Is it this one or the other one?
A pretty Mochahannes is the main
Okay,
one.
so you don't get nothing on this. I was about to wait. So I was going ahead and mod you up, man. I think I've been seeing you over here lately.
I appreciate the mind. I'm a
Yeah, I
tap
think
from
you
my other
deserve it.
page.
I think you deserve it. You know.
Thank you kindly. I'm gonna tap the screen from the other page so you see me in the comments.
Okay. Oh, there you go. She said one of these things gonna get modded. Oh, they go War Panda. That's the other one. You know.
Yeah, War Panda.
Y'all both the ones
Hey.
y'all had to earn my what's it called? Me liking y'all. I'm just gonna say that. I couldn't say trust. But yeah, because I love y'all perspectives and y'all support and all that. So yeah, Mocha, you have earned it over here now. War Panda, what's up? What's up? What's up?
Finally got the free time in the middle of the day. I ain't gotta rush in and out, so it feels nice to speak freely in this joint.
You gotta comment that other page. Comment the other page, Mocha, so I can mod it. That little gift went away so fast. Yeah. So anybody got anything? Okay, let me get so War just got up here. Let's see your perspective on that. So you could do the first green one and the first white one.
Okay, is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? Oh God. I mean, in retrospect, if you are safe, then you're safe. That's fine, I guess. But if you don't feel safe, that might create a mental issue later on. Like I don't know, paranoia if it goes too far. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it, but that's kind of how I see it. I think it's nice to feel safe, but to actually be safe might be better. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that. I don't know.
I know. Yeah, I know it make
I mean, because I get it. Like I like to feel safe. You know, I like to know that I'm in good company or whoever's in my home is, safe and all that stuff. But I guess people would. Well, I'm guessing a lot of people live in a.
Cousins in the building.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I may have to. I guess I gave what example I thought I could give. I'm not sure.
It's all right. Yeah, you gotta speak your mind because this the whole point of this topic. We gonna go ahead and we gotta really dig into what is feeling safe. That's my main thing. It ain't about the being safe, but it's about what is feeling. Because I realize it changed per woman. Per woman, it changed. It seemed like a more which feelings are subjective, anyways, though. But it's like my real question is: are y'all really safe for real? Because you feel it. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm gonna try to get to. Because I hear the women use that. That's why even with the man bringing the peace, we gonna get to that one too. Like, what do that really mean? To be their peace. But we gonna dig deep on that one. Shayla, what's up?
Was something that War Panda said that made me think of something about, about feeling safe. And I think, oh my God, these stupid roosters.
You feel safe with them roosters back there?
Listen, they're about to not be safe up here. Everybody's about to be dinner. And I'll buy my eggs myself. Like, I'm over this. We do not have enough chickens to keep them busy, clearly. Oh my gosh, hold on.
They said not today. Not today.
I think uh War Panda, I was overthinking this too because I didn't think about the first thing. Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? And I think obviously it's important to be safe, but other people that were on the panel brought up like where, you know, where people live, and sometimes where people live, like I'm talking about neighborhoods, might not necessarily quote unquote be
Be
safe.
safe.
And so in that instance, I was thinking then it probably is better for somebody, for a woman to feel safe, because if you don't feel safe, it can affect you mentally. And when
I can
you're
see that.
affected mentally, it can affect your health and many other things. I don't
You
know.
making this a conversation. I like that point of view. You making it. You, hey, I
I
like that.
agree. Yeah, that's what I was thinking before. If you don't feel safe, you kind of always be in a state of paranoia, right? But I
Yeah.
also too did not think about where you live. I thought about this relationship aspect, safe with your person, not necessarily safe in life where you are too.
I like that.
Yeah, and
And
that's what other people on the panel brought that up. Like they were talking about where you live, and I did not think about it. And then that made me start overthinking about the feeling and the being. So
Well, when it comes to the physical, like the moving safety, I'm from Hawaii, and so I'm from a small island, and so moving to the mainland and living in a city, I didn't feel as safe. I was more terrified of living in the city. There was always so many people, like nobody really talked to each other. There was a lot of different places. It was a lot for me. And so I ended up moving out onto the mountain where I'm at into a much smaller town, you know, like a one high school town, because, and we're close to other cities, but we're still tucked away. And that created safety of my environment, where I felt like I could function better out here. I like a small community where I know people. That's just where I'm from. And so that I get that aspect of doing that. But what I was going to say with what War Panda said that triggered me, you know, going out into an unsafe area, like with my husband, to have to deal with that versus when I was talking about like the other safeties of like emotional, mental, and spiritual and stuff, I feel like the struggle would be harder to have that safety undone within me, and what that would do to me longevity wise versus having to deal with safety measures out in the public. Does that make sense? Like it would be harder to fight the lack of safety within myself and what that does to me or changes me over time, or what it creates in me or then my children who see, versus dealing with safety if we were to go, you know, roll around downtown somewhere, something like that. Like I would concern myself more with the ones that could destroy me inside versus you know what I mean, versus the other, I guess, in the sense. Not that I think that you should go out and try to be unsafe or go in areas where you could get hurt. I'm not saying that either, but like, I feel like I could deal with that better than having something undone within me and changing who I am and secure, whatever. Does that make sense? That's where I get nervous, because that's a lot of work to undo.
I got you. Let me squeeze in my brother cousins real quick. What's up, my brother from another mother? Well, my older brother.
What
He
it
called me
do? What
he
it
called me
do?
cousin, but that's my brother.
You know this, man. What's up, sis? Because that's how we got to roll. Hey, what's going on, panel? How's it, baby? I hope everybody good. Hope they had a good holiday.
Yep.
You know, I'm still recovering off this dinner. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be all right. So hey, this is a good question. I think, I don't know. I might be repeating some people. I don't know. I haven't heard it too much, but I think that off top, in general, it's better to be safe. Period. Right? Like that. I think that's just for us to be here. You know, it's better to be safe. However, that being said, feeling safe, I think I just heard someone mention it. There's a psychological reality that we create for ourselves. And I don't think a lot of people realize that, like, this world in general is relatively safe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you live in a city, you're relatively safe. In general, like we make these things. Yeah, okay, you can get into some violence, you can get jumped, you can get but if you look at the statistics of violence in life, and most people don't experience that. Like we talk about people getting, you know, what I mean, people breaking in your house. Like that's like it's not even statistically on a, you know what I mean? It's like one per, you know, 100,000, whatever. It's crazy. So it's like, yeah, there are dangers out, but in general, we are relatively safe in our world, in our society, right? So really what we're dealing with is how we feel, if you really think about it. And we kind of create our own environments based on that. So if you are constantly feeling unsafe, right? You're in fight and flight mode, and like someone said, that is actually can give you physical symptoms of strain and stress, high blood pressure. There's a lot of other things that go along with that is, you know, correlated with stress, right? And stress comes from fight or flight. Fight or flight comes from what? Struggle, fear, you know what I mean? All of these things. So if you feel that way, you can actually become unsafe because of that. So I think there's an aspect of that, right? But then there's also, when you were talking about, because I think somebody said from a relationship perspective, and I think it depends on what we're talking about. Because if you're talking about safely, you don't feel safe financially, that's something totally different than being emotionally safe. You know what I'm saying? And it's something totally different than being physically safe.
Thank you.
You can be physically safe. You can have all the money in the world, so you're financially safe as hell, right? But you are in spiritual shambles. Your life is not worth it. You all of a sudden, you're miserable because you don't feel safe emotionally. And I think it just depends on what context we're talking about. You know what I mean? But I would say now all of that I just wrote on, the answer is I don't think it's either or, to be honest. I think that it's both important. I think that you have to feel safe to live, you know, good, right? Not and that's not just saying financially or whatever, just in general, to feel to be at your best, to be at your best health, to be at your best mental capacity, to feel better. You need to feel safe, but you also need to be safe. So this is one of those ones where I gotta be in Switzerland. I'm in the middle. I'm right there. Like they both, I think, is equally important. And that's just my opinion.
All right. Okay. All right. Somebody took the easy route. I like that though. But I feel it. I understand it though.
I had to.
I understand it though. He said Switzerland. All right. Fred, what you got for me? And then we go back to open panel, y'all.
All right, I just wanted to ask Cousin B, the guy who just got done talking.
Before you ask him any questions, you got to answer it first. You got to answer the topic and then do that.
Oh, sure. Which one? Is it better for a woman to be safe, obviously? Because I don't think they're ever going to feel safe or satisfied. So should I just talk to Cousin B for a second?
You can go ahead. Do your
All
thing.
right, Mr. Cousin B, sir, I just wanted to ask if you had to sum up your argument or your diatribe or whatever that was into like a sentence. Could you do that for us?
Yeah. It's always better to be safe. But depending on the situation, feeling safe is just as important.
But is it?
Absolutely. 100%.
All right. Tell me why being safe and feeling safe is an equal kind of prospect.
Well, because if you don't feel safe, being safe really doesn't matter to you.
But if you are safe, it doesn't matter if you feel safe. You are safe.
But that's not necessarily true. You will put yourself in danger.
Why couldn't it possibly be untrue?
Because you will put yourself in danger. I also explained how you can physically stress yourself to
what
get.
I mean about their Darwinian process.
Now you gonna let him finish, Fred?
Like
I know,
the
are you gonna
idiots have to be weeded out.
Just like you not being safe with your own words because you can't listen for a minute.
I mean, sure. You want to talk about every idiot having to find the right path onto the fucking sidewalk.
Are you trying to really understand his side, or are you
I know, right? What are you doing?
Fostering every fucking low brain motherfucker out there.
Are you just
honestly,
All right, man. I try to get me. It happen all the time. What the? I do the juice. What's up?
And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you don't feel safe. He automatically he feels like he needs to fight everything because his mind doesn't feel safe. He doesn't feel safe, and I hope he's still listening. So maybe he can figure it out for himself. And then you can come back and we understand that probably your life is shitty, and that's why you came up here dipped in lemon juice, homie.
That's how
Calm
he
down.
do the
It's the
same thing.
holidays.
He do the
It's
same
the
thing
holidays,
every time,
people.
though. I just
I was really like, what just happened there? Like, I don't even think anything Cousin said was controversial.
But I would say this then. So I guess I try to open some stuff up on that situation. So I would say I think he already said ultimate as being safe, right? And I do agree with y'all about the if you don't feel safe, it can cause more things and stress and anxiety and all that stuff. I get that. But I still would say it's better too, because I think about as children grow up, they're not guaranteed that they feel safe, but you have to take in control and put them in safe predicaments. So it's not really up to their feelings or whatever. So it's like, I think overall, until they understand that they are actually safe, it's all about being safe. I think that's just the most important thing, or that's better. And then later down the line, because like everybody that is safe don't always feel safe all the time, until they understand it later, So I think that will be most important. But later that's why I wouldn't say it's even. It wouldn't be even because a lot of the times people don't recognize that they really safe for real. So I would say yes, they got to be safe. And like I said, the examples. I do a few examples of both. Feeling safe is just actually, like somebody was saying earlier, that when you feel like you can talk to a person freely without them playing on you and stuff or whatever, and using your words or your story and using it against you and stuff. This person give you that feeling of that I know, and I think that come with just observation and knowing who you're talking to. Because some people's feelings have deceived them. They felt like this is a person they can come to. That's why a lot of people are heartbroken, because they felt it, but this person wasn't really a safe person. They told them all the sweet things, but end up still playing them. So like they feelings, like that's another thing about feeling safe. It can be not true. You can feel safe all you want. You can be in an environment that I was talking about, being around thugs and all this other stuff or whatever. That's not really safe, but you feel it because they got the thing on them and they can check every last guy that come past, so you feel safe. But is it really safe? You see what I'm saying? So it's, I mean, it's many different examples of of both of them, on both ends though. And then if y'all want to add more scenarios of whatever, y'all can go ahead. It's back to open panel again. I just wanted to add some more stuff. Go ahead, Cash.
Can I give you
Yeah, I wanted
one
to say
quick example?
something
Oh, go
about
ahead.
for the women, for example, because it was focused on them. I would stress that it's very important for a woman or women to not compromise their safety, and in whichever way that would mean for them, but particularly not to put themselves in a place where they need to choose at-risk behavior, because I think it's typical and expected that if a woman feels unsafe, she's going to look for someone to help guide, support, lead her to safety. And of course, that's relative. But if you're a person who likes to place yourself in these unsavory predicaments, now it's not necessarily about the environment you. Now, that could be whether it's with the person you choose to establish a relationship with, friends that you keep, places that you go. Maybe now you have a certain financial status, so you have word.
You breaking up, Cash.
Go. Is it better now?
No,
How about
yes.
now? One, two,
Hold on.
three. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. What is this?
Okay, you good. You good now. You good now.
All right. Okay. So I was just going to say, if a woman finds herself in a place where now she has certain delicacies on the table for her, you still need to understand, keep in mind what safety looks like for you before entering into that situation, and how can you get back to it if by chance that safe feeling becomes compromised. What is that going to do? Because you cannot trust everyone else's judgment, but hopefully you trust your own. You can't say everybody's going to do the right thing, but are you going to do the right thing or the proper thing in response to something that someone else does, or when the party just changes, when the music in the party changes? Do you have that system working within you to say, okay, they changed the music, it's time for me to go? Or do you just say, you know what, I'm here now, I want everybody to see me, I'm going to stay here, and then when the party turns into a gangster party, now you're crying later on. So, I would apply that into the safety dynamic of the conversation we have.
Okay.
Hello. That was very interesting.
Damn.
Analogy. Hello.
At least you say hello, though. But damn,
I did say hello.
I couldn't
Hi,
even
how are
attack you all
you?
the way, but you did say hello. But man, you must
I
have been
did
here
say
before.
hello.
You
Hello,
must
how are
have been here
you?
before, because you know I was gonna say, hey,
Do
say
you want me to tickle your balls too?
no.
While I'm
Oh
here?
my gosh.
Oh,
Hey,
okay.
you all right?
Anything you want me to do, baby,
Oh my
to
gosh.
make you feel comfortable, I'll do it.
All right,
What's up with that
all right.
box up?
Rachel,
That box up
unmute.
there
What's
is
going
toxic.
on?
That box up there is crazy.
I guess people didn't get what they wanted for Christmas or something. They
I
upset. They
don't
don't
know
know what's
what's
going
I
on.
wanted
going
Rachel to
on,
get off
bro.
that mic so bad.
Can y'all
no,
move me
no,
from this
my
box,
Hey,
baby
please?
know
I don't
how to
want that
handle
stuff dripping on
himself.
me.
My
Exactly.
baby
I
knows
don't
how
want
to
that
handle
stuff
himself.
Oh
dripping
no,
on
that
me.
was
Thank
definitely
you.
no question to Kev at all. I just be letting, I
right.
just be, it's obvious. Y'all are very obvious. So I'm just like, I know this bitch
I
ain't just,
know, right?
what the
See,
fuck?
I know.
that
We
might
be
have been.
preventing it.
But
Yeah,
you know
it's
what? That
no
might have
big
been a
deal to
slight.
us.
I
That
know how
might
to
have been a slight to
protect.
Rach though. That's
I
because
don't want
that
my
might have
girl.
been that was. She been hating on. She probably been looking at Rachel hating this whole time, so she's trying to slight on her.
I do
Trying to.
always see her around. I was surprised she came up on the panel. Like she's
Mm,
always watching.
Who is
there you
that?
go. Hey,
Hmm.
but you know what
I
though?
feel
Can I
like
just
that's
say
the
this
the miserable people that be trying to. Well, let me see what's on. Nah, yep. You ain't gonna even get a chance no more though. So you about to get blocked.
before I forget?
About to get blocked.
As an example of what I
Yo,
meant
what's good,
by
my Hebrew Israelites?
Period.
What's going on? What's going on, dog?
Period. That might have been
hey,
genuine. People
What are
actually
y'all
address people
doing?
like
I'm
that, you
blaming
know?
cousins, dog. Where they come from?
oh no, I didn't brought off the riffraff with me. I don't know what
My
happened.
boy unnecessary in the building. What's up, my brother? I gotta say hi to my brother. That's my main brother. Y'all need to add him, man. You gotta. But go ahead, cousin. Go ahead, my brother.
But I'm just thinking, like, okay, so for an example, if driving a car every day is not safe at all, right? But we feel safe because of habit and because we have all of these stoplights and we have certain things that we put in our face, and that it makes things a little safer, right? But the risk is still, if we actually knew and actually looked at the numbers and actually did that every day as we saw that and it was in our face, we would never drive. We would be so afraid. But because we feel, quote unquote, safe, or that it's safe, we go out and do it, even though in reality it is not safe, right? So that's just one example. That's just one example of how our minds can create, you know what I mean, how our reality. You get what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
we know that there are other things in life that way, where if we actually knew the risk, or we actually said and felt the risk, we probably wouldn't do it, and we wouldn't even be living the way we do. And so I'm saying that's what I meant when I was saying it's almost even. It's kind of like I said, I agree off top. If I'm gonna have to answer the question, give you one or the other, it would be safe. That would be the answer. But if I'm digging into the conversation, you know what I mean, just to really get into it more, I think that feeling safe could be just as important to a lot of people, just in the way that they live, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think the reason. Oh, go ahead. Matter of fact, before we do, let me get
Eliza.
you know, I was about to say long time. I haven't heard from you in a long time. I still be messing your name up. You been all right?
I've
You been all
been
right?
good. I've been good.
What you got for me?
I was gonna say I somewhat agree with cousin, and it's very rare that he and I disagree on things, but this is one of those times where I'm gonna gently disagree.
There you go. I love
Um,
when you do that.
and I'm gonna say it is better for not just a woman, but I'm gonna sit there and say anybody to be safe. I will emphasize on a woman because that is the perspective that I live, and I can sit there and speak on from an intimate point of view. But okay, so whenever a woman feels safe, right? That first of all, that safety can literally just be familiarity, right? That safety can also look like being somewhere where the general environment is unsafe, but because you feel like you have the ability to maneuver well enough to where you may be able to point out heavily dangerous situations, yet you still really don't see the small things that can lead to a big issue, right? That would still be considered feeling safe, but still you being in an unsafe environment. Being safe is whenever you are not in that type of space. Now, I know I use the word environment, but let me go ahead and use home for an example, right? If you are safe in your home, not if you feel safe, but if you are safe in your home, there is a level of behavior, there's a level of comfort, there's a level of vulnerability, there's a level of ability to relax. Heck, even an ability to be able to breathe sufficiently that comes with being safe versus feeling safe and still having anxiety, even if it's low, still having that feeling at the pit of your stomach, still having that waiting for the other shoe to drop because you feel safe, but you're still waiting, if that makes sense. So there is definitely a difference between feeling safe, which is in a lot of cases feeling a feeling of familiarity, you know how to maneuver, and then being safe where you literally can let your hair down and you don't have to do anything. You literally can just exist in a space without the hassles of all the things that come with social standards on being a woman, on being a man, on being melanated, on being melanin deficient, on all the things that society tells you that you have to be performative for. So whenever you actually have a space where you can let your hair down, you can take off your armor, metaphorically, if you will. That's when you are safe. You can't really do that and feel safe because there's a reason that even when you feel safe, you're still carrying on that armor and you're still wearing it so sufficiently just in case. Whenever you don't have to make space for it just in case, that's the difference.
Yeah.
So I do agree with a lot of what cousin said, but that's where I will go ahead and offer a little bit of pushback. By the way, hey cousin, I ain't seen you in a minute.
I
Right.
know, man. You been all right? My bad.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're good. The kids had their Christmas before Christmas, and we don't call it Christmas, so yeah, we're enjoying everything.
That's what's
Yeah,
up.
I was gonna say this though. I think that so like just to let the room know, the disagreement is just it was just what me and cousin was saying actually, and she was saying the same thing. Is that he believes it's evenly important. I don't believe it's evenly important because I was using examples as in like, you know, when you raise your children and stuff, they might not feel safe, but they, you know, being safe is more important at that time, you know. And then so I got another example, right? What about this? And this is what probably gonna shake the room. What about people that ignore because some people don't even react to feeling safe, right? They know they don't feel safe and they still they still go into environments anyway, like they be rebellious against their own feelings. You see what I'm saying? Like they know, I don't know how to explain it though, and it's
I
just
know
it's
what you
women.
mean.
It's mainly
Is
women.
feeling
Like
unsafe
like
equivalent
working
to
a job
being
that's
fear?
unsafe.
Yeah.
I work
Okay,
in
I like
security,
that.
and
I
sometimes I
like
work
that.
overnights, and sometimes it's just me and 1,000 men. And that's not to put anything on those men, but Sometimes it's just me and a bunch of men at
Okay, let me
night
make it
at a
worse.
warehouse.
I'm gonna make it worse because I'm trying to shake the room up a little bit. It's
Wait,
just like when women be
Can I?
half dressed. Let's go ahead and shake it up on that, right?
I
They
mean,
know that they're around creeps and all this other stuff, but they just I guess they want attention that bad that they override the feeling. Yeah, my baby,
But they
like I know you
saying
was gonna
that
try
they
to get
feel
so, but
unsafe
they
or inferior.
overriding it because they want to show their body off so bad. They know they feel unsafe, but they still override it and do it like whatever, but you're gonna.
but Kevin,
So what about that? I gotta shake the
I've
room
never
up.
heard a woman say they felt unsafe. Usually, those women are liberated liberals. They never argue about feeling unsafe. They just argue that those men are creeps. But
Then
I've never
why they
heard they
bring pepper
feeling.
spray then?
well, Kevin,
That's a
oh,
precautions measure. I could feel safe and I still carry something, right? And I may be going somewhere where I don't feel like I'll be harmed in any way, shape, or form. But that's just how I am. So I've never heard those women claim to feel unsafe. I've never heard that. They're really liberal. They're more like, oh, I got a pew pew for him if he acts stupid. I've never heard them act like they were like these. Oh my God, I'm so insecure.
They're
well,
also, I think they're operating in the fact that they're
oh,
in
okay.
public. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just I wanted to answer Kevin's question real quick. He sat there and said, "What is that?" And I actually I touched on it earlier. It is familiarity, right? Because even though you are not safe, once again, if you feel comfortable enough to be able to maneuver in chaos, even though it is not safe, it is familiar. Therefore, you are comfortable enough to be able to maneuver safely, according to what that person views as safety. So what you are describing is familiar energy, just like the example you used. There is a woman and she's around creeps and this and that. Once again, that can look the same as her being raised up around creeps. Daddy could have been a creep. Uncle could have been a creep. Brother could have been a creep. This, that, and the third. And they have watched their mamas, grandmas, aunties, or even just the neighbor's kids, right? Or even the neighbor's mama be able to maneuver and manipulate certain situations to where the situation looked like or it was beneficial to them temporarily. But that is familiarity. That is not safety.
Can I respond to not what I agree with what she's saying. I understand. It's nice to actually understand what she was saying. I also think with that scenario though, I don't think many people are thinking about getting attacked with 1,000 people around. If you dress like how you say half naked, and I'm assuming they're going to be out at a bar or party, it's a lot of people there. So I kind of think when people dress and move how they do, because my skirts be a little short too from time to time, I just think you think, well, I'm out here with all these people. Ain't no way y'all finna try me like this. Like I should be all right. But I get what you're saying too, because I've been to college parties, been to adult parties. The energy is familiar. And when you feel something weird coming about and you get ghost, that energy is familiar too. So I'm guessing it sounds like playing with your life, actually. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's true. But I was just gonna say.
But what boils down to it is if
Hold
they
up, my baby
feel
talking.
unsafe.
You know if my baby talking, I
Oh, I'm
gotta
sorry.
No, I was just saying, I think that, yeah, I guess you could suppress the feeling, but I do think that women naturally, are taught that they are unsafe and they naturally know, because even when we have these conversations, they always admit, yeah, I have to walk a little bit faster, or I have to do this or that or whatever, right? I do feel like they know and they do feel it, but it's more like a suppression to be able to have the good time, because there's plenty of women that know that a man is gonna, try to be slick. Even if there's a bunch of people, it's very easy to be slick, and it happened to enough women. It's happened to enough women that they know the possibility of that happening is much higher. But go ahead.
I'm glad somebody said it. I'm like, ain't nobody about to play with me. I know, because I see them be rebellious against their own feelings. But like I said, we gotta admit sometimes. This is what I'm looking at. I think that that attention is so much more important to them than safety nowadays. I noticed that it's because they like that feeling of can't explain it. They just like that feeling of, ooh, I got to take this boy down and all this, or turn this boy down or something like that. I don't know. I be trying to understand women. My head hurt. I guess I can't. But stuff like that, I think they be knowing they put themselves in situations to get protected a lot of times too. Like they be like, where was you at? Why you ain't, and then also they even how they use their man and stuff. They will purposely, they know that these dudes is out there, but my man can protect me and all that stuff and make them it's just so much, man.
We believe
But
that
that's what I was saying, Kev, because I said
Can I
that
go,
at-risk
please? I keep
behavior that a
waiting.
woman is going to engage in,
Oh my God.
and then it's typical for a woman to then look for somebody that help her find the way to safety. But she's gonna, she's just gonna completely ignore everything of what she should because she's like, I'm here now. It's about me in this moment, and that's worth more to her than what could potentially happen because she feels that she's going to have an exit plan brought to her by someone else. That's an exit strategy. I'm in, so they're going to keep putting themselves in the midst of the fire. Like, where's the firefighter to come get me out of here?
Mocha, why
Testing,
you
1,
acting like
2.
that, Mocha, man? You see
I'm
everybody
just,
trying to get in. Cass ain't said not a piece of word. You did just go like 2 times before. I know
I
you got a word.
literally didn't. I had to bust
Go
my
ahead.
way in. And then
Go
when I stay
ahead,
on
man.
mute, I just get over it. And then when I get to yelling, it's like, oh, but I will sit here and wait. I'm saying, like, okay, what I wanted to elaborate. So when the person board of fight or flight, and then you go into being safe so that you can feel safe. Being safe is the initial action, and then that leads to you feeling safe. But then when trouble comes and you can't protect yourself, regardless of how safe you've been for precautions measures, you still won't you still won't feel like unsafe. You just can't protect yourself. Like when it comes to feeling unsafe, I don't know if we're associating it with what we consider feeling unsafe, but feeling unsafe is an internal thing, not a situational thing, right? So because we'll see somebody in the line of fire, we're assuming that they should feel unsafe, but we can't determine how that person feels because you got people that do gang wars, right? They don't feel unsafe. It gives them an adrenaline, right? So we think that that's an unsafe situation. We would think that the human mind would initially go into some type of mode for feeling unsafe. However, those people don't feel unsafe. A lot of people, it gets their adrenaline going. You know what I mean? So we can't really, how are we able to determine if that person is feeling unsafe
That's
in the
the point, pretty.
situation that they in?
That's the point, though. Like,
I'm
that's how
sorry.
people keep themselves in unsafe situations.
But they have to feel like it's unsafe. We can't
They
tell.
do. They say it in action. They show it. The way that they move, how defensive they are. They just don't admit it out loud with their mouth. But you're proving more and more that people override the feeling of being safe for whatever they feel is more important than that. That's just what it is. Some people tend to do that.
I was
I don't think that that's true. I think that's how we perceive it to be because I've been in situations very much, and even when I was being harmed, I didn't feel unsafe. Though the feeling of unsafe is internal, not situational or predicamentable.
Miss
You get
Mocha,
what I
can
mean?
I ask you a question or two, a couple of questions, if I may?
We do
Okay.
got to get Jay in too, so he haven't said
Absolutely.
anything.
I see you, Jay. I'm sorry. If you would, just give me a moment, please. I'll make it short and sweet. Whenever you, and once again, you don't have to go into detail because, unless you feel comfortable, I don't want you sitting there and exposing anything about you that you're not comfortable with. I will ask this. At any time where you were going through those things, did you sit there and have a feeling at the pit of your stomach?
No.
Okay.
Oh my.
Were you feeling anything like any type of tightness in your body? It could have been your thighs, your arms, your biceps, your chest, your throat.
Not in those scenarios. There have been scenarios, but not in those particular scenarios that I was
Right.
speaking of.
Okay. Whenever you were doing anything, was there any kind of tightness, any kind of tension in your body, even if it was your fingers, even if it was a little bit?
No, I understood the question the first time. My answer is not in those situations. There have been situations, but those situations weren't, I guess, what people would deem to be unsafe. But for me, they were. The situations that I was in that I didn't feel unsafe in were ones that I guess people would generally expect you to be feeling unsafe in.
No, that's actually not what I'm saying. And
You're
okay, so
asking me how I felt in those situations,
Yeah,
right?
the thing is, she wouldn't recognize it any longer because the thing is, it's the
right.
initial feeling, right? The like when you first get
That's
hit.
kind of where I was going, Goddess.
Yeah.
I was gonna say after the initial part, which is where initially you would feel those things, and it's okay if there was things that were going on to where you didn't even acknowledge anything in your body, because once again, you are right. There is an adrenaline rush that goes with certain type of situations, and a lot of times that adrenaline kind of overrides you being able to actually be in tune with your body and see, okay, well, am I feeling tense here? If am I, am I having to cover up my throat? Am I sitting there having my arms crossed? If I'm sitting there covering my energy, stuff like this, right? But the initial time, the first time, I'm not saying every time, and once again, I don't know the situation, but what I'm saying is the initial time, whenever things turn into an unsafe type of predicament, that's what I was talking about. And I mean, I understand that, you're like, okay, well, you know what? Did I feel this? No, I didn't feel this. And you're trying to jump the gun. The reason I was asking all of those different things is because I understand that you might not have felt certain things, and you might not have felt them to such a degree to where it was almost like a brick wall, right? But
So are you
whenever
telling
I'm
me that
speaking,
I don't understand how I
Miss Melba,
felt in
hold
those
on.
situations?
Hold on, baby. Hold on. When I'm speaking, I'm also not only speaking to you, I'm also speaking to the chat and everybody else, because you might not have felt it, and you're justified in that, but other people might have. So I'm not only speaking to you guys, I'm also speaking to everybody else that's listening, right? So whenever those things come up, the reason I asked those things specifically was because those are your body's way of saying that you might not be you are unsafe. Even if it is so fleeting, even if it's so little, even if it's so light, even if you don't notice it, your body knows a lot of times before your brain can catch up. Right. And once again, I'm not sitting there and saying that anybody is slow or anything. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, even though you sat there and stated that, it didn't feel like an unsafe situation for you, and there was a lot of adrenaline. And yes, I do agree that adrenaline a lot of times can override things. There were other signs that something may have been unsafe. And even if you did not feel that it was unsafe, which once again, you were not right or not wrong. This is not anything like that, right? Everybody moves differently. Everybody feels differently. But whenever it turned into something that was deemed unsafe, or the conclusion of an action, right? Whenever that part became unsafe, there were still certain things that your body was sitting there and giving off. And I think that a lot of times while we're having this conversation, we're not really having enough conversation about the triggers, and what not really triggers, the subtle things that our body does to let us know that it's unsafe. Because a lot of times whenever we're hearing unsafe, we're literally thinking of somebody else telling us it's unsafe. If our ego sits there and says, oh, well, you're unsafe, versus, oh my God, well, I want to do this because I want to do it and I want to push against somebody else. That's a lot of times it's ego, but your body is still sitting there and telling you, hey, you know what? Even though we say we want to do this, we really don't want to do this. Does that make
Hey, let me.
sense?
Yeah. Hopefully,
Okay.
I don't.
But did you
Wait.
understand anything that I said? What I
That's what I'm
said,
about to say. Neither one of y'all hearing each other, because that's
yeah,
why I
like
can
you
see she done did that
literally,
long talk.
it
But at least
seems
she was
as if
talking to the thing.
it
So I
seems
was
as
gonna
if you
say this. Let me ask this
disregarded what
question
I.
for you before you
Oh
go
my
to.
God!
Let me ask
All
you
right,
this question real quick, because you. I mean, it's obvious you ain't hearing what she's saying and vice versa. So let me see
I
something real quick.
did hear what she said.
So
I tried to let her know I understood her the first time before she
that's cool, right?
elaborated even longer.
That's
I just think
that's
she
cool. So
disregarded
what
what I
about? I
said.
got an example for you. I just want to see I'm just trying to see where you at, right? So I got an example. Do you feel safe when you go to the gas stations at night?
No.
You said you don't. Okay, I was about to say something, boy. I was about to say, because I'm trying to catch if you being disingenuous, like, because that's that. I was about to say
Why do
that's a
I have
point.
to be being something? How come you can't take my words for what they
Yeah,
are?
yes,
Why does
because
it have to be a narrative behind it?
I just asked the question. I said I'm trying to see if I catch you, because sometimes people will say and do anything to be right, or stick on their talking point.
Well,
You
this
know,
isn't a matter of
that's
right or
why we
wrong,
blocked.
right?
That's why, huh?
I said this isn't a conversation of right or wrong because we all experience
Yes,
feeling
but
unsafe.
sometimes it's also a conversation about awareness also. So just because you saying and you're trying to stick to this, but it's so many different actions that show the opposite of what we're saying out our mouth a lot of the times. So that's hard to even believe, or maybe sometimes we don't understand our own selves sometimes, and that's why we're trying to fight this thing. Like whatever. But I do want I just wanted cousins. Cause I wanted cousins. He can reply, and I want Jay to go because they haven't went. Then we can go right back to open panel.
Okay, real quick, I'll go after Jay if because he hasn't spoke yet. If you don't mind,
Okay.
He been waiting for me. And I see him.
Okay, Jay, what you got for me, my brother? And you
What
know
up,
what
though,
to say.
Kev?
Do it up, no. There we go.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of Geminis in here, bro. I'm gonna prove that.
You're
I'm gonna prove that we not. I'm gonna prove that we not all the same. So shit. All right. Is it better for women to feel safe or be safe? Kev, what you think I'm about to say?
B.
Exactly. That's obvious. You could feel safe in a. You could feel safe in a trap house and you still not safe. Like, what are we talking about? That's so obvious. So it's like the that's just like one of the examples, but you know, there are a lot of there are a lot of times where, you know, women growing up as little girls should feel safe around their family and they're not even safe around their family. That's why you got so many women that's been touched by their uncles and their bigger cousins as adolescent girls and ain't nobody fucking help them. I done seen that shit myself. That shit is foul. Like, why do these women claim that they safe, but in actuality, they not safe? They long for that safety, so they'll go off of anything that may seem safe on the surface, but then once you start to realize from the outside looking in that no, you're actually not safe. You just want to feel safe with this person, so you're begging off of desperation that this person makes you feel safe, as opposed to just accepting the reality that no, you're not safe and you need to fucking figure your shit out and leave. But you know, a lot of people ain't ready for that conversation either. You should already know what I'm about to say on that third one, on that
Which
second
one?
one rather.
Oh yeah, we just on this. Yeah, we only just on the first example. Yep, some examples.
Yeah, it's like safety is an objective thing. Like me, you, I think Rachel too. We know what Detroit looks like. And somebody said something about knowing how to operate safely but not necessarily being safe in that moment. That's Detroit
Mm-hmm.
down to the T. That's
Fact,
literally
fact.
Detroit.
I was about to say that.
You know how to safely operate in Detroit. You know where to go and you know where not to go.
Yeah.
If you see a gas station at night and you see it got that green light above that sign, don't go to that motherfucker.
Facts.
That's how you
Exactly.
know.
Yeah.
So it's like shit. You know how to tread carefully, but that don't mean you in a safe area.
Yep.
Shit.
And you also don't feel. You don't feel too. That's why I asked. I'm glad she at least answered that right. I mean, answered that honestly, I would say. Yeah, because I wanted somebody to say that. I wanted anybody to say they feel safe at a gas station at night.
Now, this is the thing though. The world is inherently an unsafe place.
Right.
So no matter where you go, safety is not guaranteed. That's why you have to plan effectively. We can go on about this for days, but it all ties down to you planning effectively so that you know how to operate efficiently for your life. And when you don't plan, you're gonna end up looking like Boo Boo the Fool once reality hits you like a freight train. What did you expect? You didn't plan for this. Now you're in a predinky dink that you can't get yourself out of without probably calling Mammy or Pappy. And there's no guarantee that they'll be able to help you because they got their safety and you didn't listen to them. So what we gonna do? I'm gonna land there.
Okay. Nice. This is what you got. Start the open panel up and we go right back to it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we all agree. Like, you know, just to say that venerate being safe is definitely the answer. But if you want to dig into that in the psyche, and that's when all this other stuff can come up. But anyway, I would say this to your question that you asked earlier. Why? Why do we do it? And I brought it in the chat, but I think for men it's ego, it's, foolish pride. This is
True.
why we will go into a situation that we know is unsafe, but still do it. Because we
True.
like, well, either I'm gonna be a coward or I'm gonna be, a man and face it. We'll do that type of stuff. We will. Sometimes it's just taking care of business. You got to do what you got to do, even though it ain't safe. But I got to still make this happen. So you chalk it up and you go do it, right? So for men, I think it's that a lot of the times, and I think for women, it is society has kind of given a false sense of safety in the way of we've always been taught that men don't hit women. This is just one example, right? So a lot of women will automatically lean on that. I don't think he gonna hit me, so I'm gonna talk reckless. I'm gonna say whatever. He ain't gonna hit me back. So you're banking on the idea that this person has the same morals and same values that we're supposed to, right? Not understanding that some of these dudes is unhinged. And oh yeah, not only will they hit you, they'll do all kind of stuff. See what I'm saying? So, and I think a lot of times that could be part of it, where women will go into unsafe environments and just kind of like, because they're assuming that nobody, like somebody said earlier, nobody gonna mess with me in front of all these people. Some people will, we as men, we're a little more cautious behind that, probably because we witness it more, because we talk among each other about what ideas men might do. Women kind of have that little shield over them in a lot of cases. So I think that could be it. It could be the other part of it is, listen, I'm in a man's world or I'm in this world and it's going to be unsafe. So either I'm going to figure out a way to operate in it or I'm going to stay at home and never go outside. And so they choose the first part. Like, listen, I know it's unsafe, but I'm going to still get out here and do it because that's the risk I take in life. And I think most of us fall into that second category where we know it's stuff that's not safe. We know these things have risks, but at some point, do you live your life or do you be a coward and not do anything just because you feel not safe? You know what I'm saying? A lot of us will be like, well, we're going to man up or woman up and go face it, even though it ain't safe. So I think all of that kind of goes into that. And that would be my answer for your question earlier.
Okay, and babe, go ahead. And then open panel.
Yeah. Okay. So
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to tell y'all, like, I understand what Mocha is saying and what so I had a situation where, and I normally don't share no stories, but I feel like it is important. I had a situation where I was supposed to go meet one of my good friends from like middle school. We rekindled. It was a girlfriend, and we were gonna meet for dinner downtown Seattle, right? And for some reason, I don't know why, she ended up not showing up. I don't know. She stood me up, and so it was me and Isaac. And Isaac was about he was probably like 7 years old or something, maybe 8. But anyways, it was pouring rain that day. Like after we finished eating, it was pouring rain. We went to go get our car and we couldn't get in the parking lot. Like, I guess they closed it, right? So I didn't know anything about the area. And somebody told me that it was, you have to go all the way around to find the entrance. And I was like, I was trying to find the entrance, but it's just me and my kid and it's pouring rain. I don't even have an umbrella. And literally it just seemed like it was just us all alone and I couldn't find any help. And eventually we saw these 2 guys and I asked for help to find the parking thing. But because my mind was so focused on getting the car so I can go home, I didn't even think about the environment that I was in and the people that I was talking to. And I still, like, even when I'm talking about it, like, I still like want to cry about it because I put my child's life in danger. Because I just was not able to look at the environment. And so The person took me in whatchamacallit. It was like a tunnel. It's dark. I ended up being, it was me, my child, and these two men walking, going to show me where the tunnel was. And there's literally, it's a long walk and it's dark. There's nobody there. And I was just focused on trying to find my car. So yeah, I didn't even think that I was unsafe. And it was not until I was like, okay, cool, I'm about to get my car, that my body calmed down. And I actually started looking at who I'm looking at. And they obviously were drugs, schmugs. They obviously did schmugs and were, meth, And I remember the guy stared me. He was looking at me really strange. And he looked at me in the eyes and he said, "Don't ever do this again." And I then realized all the possibilities, all the things that could have happened that night. And I thank God that God protected me and my son that night. But when it comes to making sure that you are safe first and foremost, that is most important. And I think we do override it with the things that we prioritize and want to get done.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you that moment, like, I still, like, it's still very emotional for me because I realized that I put my child in danger. And I just wanted to share that because I totally get the point where it's like you don't realize that you're unsafe until your body calms down from what you were trying to do. And then you start to put pieces together. And it's very important to like look at your surroundings and pick safety first.
So
Yep,
can
and
I ask,
not
can I
like
ask
that.
a
You talking about
question?
the moment though, but eventually you realize or you felt it throughout later. I could see a moment. I understand that though, but people that like willingly go to certain situations and pick and choose, like is no. I think when you feel unsafe, you gonna feel unsafe, and the actions will show in a matter of in time. You're gonna start feeling uncomfortable. You'll be like, oh man, something ain't right. Then you're gonna be on guard. There's too many people that be on guard even right now with their own feelings to even convince me that they feel safe. Like, so that's what I'm like. There's no way. Like most majority of times, almost majority of us don't feel safe in areas. It's hard unless we at home. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way I can get convinced that you feel safe somewhere outside of home. I don't know. Unless we
Not
just
even
gullible.
for some people. Let's not take that out of consideration.
What's that?
I said some people, they don't even feel safe at home. That's a
True.
lot
I
of
can see that. I can see that. I can
So
most definitely see
question,
that.
should people walk around with an initial fear that something could happen? Like, cause, okay, when I say that, I'm a very anxious person. I've always, as a child, always could only describe having butterflies in my stomach, but I couldn't tell you what that meant. As an adult, I recognized it was more like a lot of anxiety, a lot of anxiousness. I can't always tell you why. I didn't have no traumatic childhood, so I think that's just how I was wired. I don't know. But I have it in my mind that someone's always out to get me. And not that I think I am that important in the world. I recognize who I am in this world, and it's not I don't have status to even say that. But like I feel like having that, well, I don't want to say fear, but sometimes it feels scary. Having that, I don't know about this. I feel like saved my life a lot. Every situation I come, not everyone, but I always tell myself there's a possibility this man is a schmurderer and I'm not going to go home after this. Like I feel like if I say it out loud, that's me recognizing the situation and then knowing to pay attention, if you will. Like, I don't know. I feel like not everybody need anxiety, but I feel like maybe everyone should have that. But also, at the same time, thinking about it though, if you would have stayed out there, it would have been just as unsafe, right? If nobody was around and y'all were just out there in the rain, it's I don't know.
I
But I
mean,
don't feel safe nowhere.
there's a
My skepticism has kept me alive a long time. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I'm on the same thing though. Like I don't think there's nothing wrong. It's called being a human. We're gonna have defense mechanisms. So I think I think it's loony to not to feel comfortable outside of home. Even though, but I say I feel like that's just you shouldn't be like. I think you should be on defense. You know, this is a dog eat dog world. Anything can happen at any time. I'm not trying to say that it should be so dang on that you can't step outside your house, but just be on guard. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Like even when my baby had came into town, when I first met her, she was wondering why I was looking the way I was looking, but I told her, sure, I live in the city, so it's like I'm always going to, make sure nobody about to play with me or set me or anything, or looking at, I just always I gotta look at my surroundings. I pay attention to where we at when we outside, because everybody is not friendly. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. It'll keep you safe. And I'd rather it be a false cause. Like what they say, I'd rather have it than not need it. I'd rather have it than need, whatever. I'm saying it wrong, whatever. But basically, I'd
I'd
rather
rather
be
have it than
better
not needed than needed and
than not
not
have
have
it.
it.
Yeah. So I'd rather be just, set. I'd rather be set. I'd rather, that's all it is. I'd rather be set than just sit here like, hey, everybody wanted to be my friend. Hi. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm good. People got too much stuff going on in their life, and I ain't about to be that one. So I'd rather be on guard. So I don't think nothing's
As
wrong
long
with
as you
that.
don't bother nobody, they ain't gonna bother you. That's what I
That's
learned.
a fact. That's a
That's
fact.
not
You know,
necessarily true.
I'm about to say that because I'm not gonna hold y'all. Okay, so Kev knows that. One of my friends, is my Mickey Mouse tool, right? So I can walk out of my home and I can tell everybody I feel safe, but let's keep it a whole being. If I truly felt safe, I would have no need for her, right? And she's my ace boon coon that goes with me everywhere, almost like one of my kids. So I
You know
mean,
what? I'm sorry.
it's
I'm off mute.
but whenever I sit there and I go somewhere, there are a lot of times actually where I don't feel safe. Yes, I am married, but I'm not going to sit here and act like my husband is with me all the time. My husband works. He also has a life. I have a life. I also work. We also raise children. I'm not going to hold y'all. We live in what they consider a good part of this area. Honestly, these people look, they are a certain demographic that does not look like me. These people scare me. They do. I don't care how happy they are. I don't care if they come to me smiling, all that. I make sure I got my purse with me, so me and my Mickey Mouse tool, we can always be there in case somebody decide to jump stupid. So, as far as that, I understand, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I always feel safe and
Why
like
do
I
we
really
all
don't.
have funny ass names for our tools, bro?
Because it's TikTok.
Llama.
Because it's TikTok.
I call mine Excalibur.
You feel me? Okay.
How insufferable of you to call it Excalibur. That thing is extremely
Okay.
insufferable.
Honey, her name is Ultra.
Oh my God, I can't believe you did that.
Okay, but
I be moving. I almost named him Mule.
but
Oh
I
see
be
my
here
moving like
here's my
God.
thing though, right? My thing is, even whenever I leave, even whenever I'm in an area where I'm supposed to be comfortable, because I understand that just because I'm supposed to be comfortable doesn't exactly mean that I am, or hold on, just because I'm supposed to be safe does not exactly mean that I am safe. And mind you, we were also talking about the hyper awareness, right? I believe that Rachel was whenever she was speaking of hyper awareness, I believe she was also mixing some panic in there, because panic will make you hyper fixate on something to where you don't notice your surroundings. Once
I can
again,
see that.
there
I can
is
see
no
that.
judgment, right? And I've actually been guilty of that as well. But one of the things I've learned is that I have to breathe. I have to calm myself down so that my body does allow me to be aware of my surroundings instead of being hyper fixated
Let
on
me
something.
say a quick example of that also. That's like being late for work and you just zooming and stuff. Like you don't realize
Right.
because you panicking, right? You don't realize you got
Right.
so many other people you putting in danger. So that's a good example right there too. So go ahead, get my bad.
But it's just for me, even in situations where I'm supposed to be safe and I'm supposed to feel safe, I'm not going to sit here and act like I always feel safe, because I don't. I'm around a whole lot of specific demographic, and honestly, I don't feel safe around seeing any of them. I don't care how friendly they are. I don't care how helpful they're trying to be. I don't care how compassionate that they are coming off as, because for me, it is fake. And once again, I guess I can put that off on internalized trauma. I can put that
She
off
just
on
like me for real.
ancestral trauma. We can sit there and put it on a tons of things. But at the end of the day, I'm going to protect me. I'm going to protect mine. And there's a history specific to my lineage that sits there and says that these people have not been safe around me. Therefore, I'm going to be aware. So I understand the whole, you're supposed to feel safe. You're supposed to be safe, but you still are not safe. There's nothing wrong with it because honestly, that is your body making you aware of the environment, regardless of whether you have been able to scan the entire room or not. Right? We're not going to sit here and act like energy isn't a thing. We're not going to sit there and act like vibes isn't a thing. We're not going to sit here and act like, well, I'm gonna say this for me because I can't speak for other people. I've been able to go into rooms and the tension in the room is so thick you can literally slice it. And once again, you can't see it, you can't touch it, but you can definitely feel it. And it's literally making all the hairs on your body stand on end. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like those things are not a very, very real part of safety. And my body sitting there telling me, sis, you know what? We going to turn around and walk back out because, nope. Matter of fact, the fact that especially us as melanated people, we sat there and coined at any time I'd be like, nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. All of that, excuse my language, but all of that, those are coined to this is not a safe environment. We can't see it, but there's something that's telling us, no, we don't want this here. Turn around and leave. That's literally what that is. So, I mean, yeah, I keep my blicky with me, but I mean, just because I keep her with me, it doesn't exactly mean that I feel safer with her there. I just have her there just in case I got to pop off. I guess it's the Leo in me. We really don't want no confrontation, but baby, we got smoke for whoever want it, but we don't want none. If that makes any sense to anybody. Some people might understand that, but that's just, you know.
Hey, Eliza, you made a point. Can I say something to her?
Yeah.
You made a point earlier about when you feel unsafe, you become unsafe. And that's not something I ever actually recognized in itself. Like I didn't recognize, and that feels weird to say because I'm grown as hell with children, but an unsafe person can become unsafe and when you don't feel safe. And I feel like I've experienced that before to a point where when I had an outcry person and when I talked to them, she called my fucking dad and she told on me. And what? I was like, I can't believe you, you know, like how you gonna just tell on me like that? And she was like, well, because you're being unsafe. And you reminded me of that. She's like, you're being unsafe. And I think it's because you're scared. So I told somebody who I know could, I guess, help make you feel safe and talk you out of this. And so that situation was a good 3 years ago. So for you to bring that up now and it hit me then, I think about all the times I felt unsafe and then how I was unsafe to people around me. And it was just a mind blowing kind of realization, if you will, I guess. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Because I think that there is a such thing as a healthy fear that we all should have, right? That is something that we all do have, actually. I mean, that's just a human condition. We all have a negative bias that is how we judge what's safe or not as we are moving forward, right? That's just how our brain, that's a human brain thing. Everybody does it. But that being said, I think there is a point where it can, like you were just saying right now, it can actually create certain unsafe situations, right? And I use this as an example. You know, I grew up, y'all in Detroit, I'm from Oakland, so it ain't the same. I think y'all is a little bit worse, right? But it's close. You know what I mean? Like the hood is the hood. And when you on the turf and growing up in that environment, you know, you got to keep your head on the swivel. You know where to go, where not to go, who to talk. You know what I'm saying? You know how to move, right? So you start to move in a more intentional way, right? Now, like I said, I grew up in that. I never carried. I know all my cousins did. We was always around in the same thing. I grew up, did martial arts. I went to the military, expert in all of these combatants. I have weapons now. I don't carry. I have them, but I have never had a situation where I needed to pull it out, ever. Right? The one time that I did, it was because I knew I was slipping. You know what? I should not have been here. You are correct, Brett. Okay, that was my bad. But all of my partners who felt that it was a need. Now, mind you, we hang out in the same spots, okay? But they felt that they weren't safe and they needed to have this protection. All of them dudes got holes in them. All of them dudes then ran into something because for some reason, it kind of created some funk for them because they felt like they could be a little bit more reckless because they was walking around with something, or maybe they didn't, you know what I mean? I don't know exactly what that is, or even if it correlates, but it's just the coincidence that most of these guys who I need to have this for protection end up getting into some problems. And everybody I know that was in the same situation, we never had to carry it. We was cool. We didn't get into them situations. Why? Because we move different. So that was the healthy fear making us move different. I think the unhealthy fear creates paranoia. And then you start going overboard trying to protect yourself, quote unquote, and you actually end up being more unsafe, if that makes sense. I think that's just an example of what, you know what I mean, how that could work.
All right. Okay. Let me get Sweet and then Ryan in, and then we go back to open panel, y'all.
Okay. So in response to the question earlier about why would women put themselves in certain situations, I think one thing that we haven't talked a little about, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody, but is women oftentimes, I think, have internalized misogyny. Like, we're taught when we're young, you need to smile, you need to be nice, you need to be accommodating. And so sometimes, even though our bodies are feeling like you're not safe, we're overriding that with this training that we've had since we were little. And I don't know if that's part of the problem. I know I can look back at times when I was younger and I can see, because I'm 50 now, so I've had a lot of life behind me, but I can look back and see where I did that. Like, I overrode what I knew was best for me, what I knew was safe, to accommodate. So I don't know if you guys have thought about that at all.
I fully agree. Little girls are to be seen, not heard, was something told to us growing up in Tulsa, Oklahoma so much. So when you didn't want to hug the old man at church, even though he hugged you too long and kissed you on the cheek too long and his lips was wet and his beard was scratchy, you had to smile and be respectful. I went to church with an earache once and I was not smiling because my ear was hurting, but I needed to look presentable for the people. I had to look like I was not in pain. So baby, try to smile. Grammy, please. Like, this is, I don't know, but when it comes to that, I agree with she's saying, at least in that aspect. I can't speak for Midwesterners, but a Southern grandma gonna tell you as a little girl, you should be seen, not heard.
Hey,
I'm born and raised in Minnesota. I'm born and raised in Minnesota, so happens here too.
What?
I said I was born and raised in Minnesota. I still live here, so it happens up here too, and I think we're considered Midwest.
Oh,
I was asking Panda, did that happen to her? That's a lot of detail,
well,
boy.
Well, no, that specifically did not happen to me, but I do
when
feel
that
like some
beard
people held
scrubbed
hugs
on
on
the side of your face, and I'm like, wow.
Like, no, I feel like some of those hugs were a little too lengthy, but I also didn't
I
like
can
the
see
fact
that.
that
Yeah, I
I
know
technically couldn't tell them no. You know,
I
like,
can see it.
if you look rude, they tell your grandma you get in trouble. So it's like, you lost autonomy over your body. You could not tell them no, thank you, please don't hug me. Or that whole, when someone speaks to you, say hi. I don't force my children to speak back. If you feeling kind of funky about this person and want to side eye them, we're going to get on up out of here. I'm not going to make you speak to them. And same with family. We can speak and be respectful, but I'm not going to force you to physically interact. If you're not feeling comfortable, I don't want you to ignore those signals. I don't want you to ignore grinding your teeth or picking at your fingers or biting your nails. Like, when I notice stuff like that with my children, I start trying to figure out what's going on. Because why are you doing this? That's a nervous habit.
I think one thing I never understood that I think is different from men and women is that women can be in a situation that make them uncomfortable, right? And all that or whatever. And then they'll it's like they go back and put themselves in an uncomfortable situation again. It's like willingly, like it's so hard. I'll be trying to,
I guess I still do with Stockholm, don't it?
To understand it. Cause I understand,
go back to the nonsense.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying, I understand men, right? They ain't fully aware of it, right? But they'll do it to flex or pride or something. I get it. You know, I understand. I guess I understand it from the man's perspective. You know, they don't want to look like a punk, and you know, they like, well, I don't care. But no, it's just women. They go to the extreme. Like they really like turn to victims, right? I've never seen. You know, even though men, uh, they'll. I don't know. Have I ever seen a man to sit there wear jewelry and then play stupid like he got robbed? I probably have. I probably have. So it's some men that do that too. But I just never understood it. Like you would, still men is like kind of more preventative, I notice, than women, because like I think women love attention so dang on much that they can kind of care less about their safety. That's what I've been, even throughout the years, I just learned that like they, well, that's what we express ourselves in, whatever but a man should never touch me, you know what I'm saying? But you like kind of purposely touch me on your booty and then tell a man, I don't, that's, oh, my head hurt. I don't know, I guess I would
Think
never
about this,
understand.
Kev. Think about
But
this, Kev. Through history, men have always treated other men way more strenuous than we do other women. So, like, if you go back, you know what I'm saying? This is hundreds of years in the making, right? This didn't start off yesterday. Now we live in a time where equality, things are getting, you know, we're starting to catch up, starting to get a little bit different. But it was all the time you had to show honor. You would be shunned if you did something crazy to a woman in public or whatever, right? That was the norm. But to men, oh yeah, we gonna meet you at noon, high noon. We having duels. That we were violent to each other. So we've always had to look out for violence and things like that differently than women did. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
And I'm saying I think maybe it's just a subconscious thing that over all of these decades and over all of these centuries that we kind of like put our head on a swivel at all times because we know what other men are capable of. Whereas women have kind of been, I don't want to say sheltered, but like, because they've been, they've had their own things that they've had to worry about in the house, right? And we don't want to talk about that. But point is, I just think that's why we look at it differently. Does that make sense?
yeah, and I think it kind of tied to what my baby put down, said women are more shocked when it happens. So it made me think about that, like, cause it's just like when it seemed like women, it's like they not fully aware. Like when men, when we get into cause I ain't gonna lie, when they get into a heated moment, I almost dang near expect getting a hit, right, or getting socked. I wouldn't be shocked, right? My body be so on guard that if somebody was to punch me after we done got into it or something, I'm gonna expect that, in a way, because I just like I know heated moments usually lead to fighting in a way a lot of times. So it really don't shock me when it really do happen. I mean, it's like a half and half, but it's just like it's not to me to play a victim role because I know that heated moments put you in fight mode. But it's the opposite. Like I would see women that cuss each other out in the face or cuss a man out, right? Knowing that this man can tear her head off, and then they play shot. You really, stuff like that. It's like, and they really be pushing buttons on purpose, and it's like they don't literally know they limit. I don't know. I think that's what it is, though. It's like I think some of them shock, but some of them be just want to or faking the shockness. Like they just that's what they want. My head.
I've never
I just
understood putting your hands on somebody and not expecting them to put their hands back on you. Like, yeah, I grew up in the 90s. Little boys better not hit girls, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. And maybe it's how I was raised, but my parents definitely told me when you get into a fight, doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. When you hit someone, expect to be hit back. Don't think someone's going to have restraint just because you're a child or you're a girl. You don't know what these people are dealing with, what demons they fighting, what they got going on, or who they fighting when they walk in their house. So they got to take it out on somebody. And if it happens to be you, you need to be prepared.
I got
tell my
another one. Here you go.
kids
I
the
got
same
a
thing.
question for y'all, for both women, right? For both of y'all women, right? Here you go. Have y'all ever have your man say if y'all, because I see that's the one that got a few of y'all when I was talking about the dressing up, right? Have y'all ever dressed up a certain way and a man slapped y'all booty?
Unprompted, like you don't know him?
Yeah.
No.
Like cheeks was out or whatever. That ever happened? Oh,
It's
okay.
happened with somebody I know, but
Have you
not
ever
no random
seen it happen
stranger.
then? Have you ever seen it happen to like any of your friends close by?
I can't say that I have, but I don't want to say I didn't because I've been to college and people do stupid stuff there all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah. So that's what I'm meaning right there. I just wanted to see at least a half, right? Half one of them. Yeah, you're right. So this the part that I don't understand about women. They will see it happen and still go out there half naked, like it just, won't happen to me.
Well,
Like,
because
do
it
women
can happen
really
fully
believe?
dressed too.
Huh?
It can happen fully dressed too.
True. We know that though, but we know that they're not coming out there with a juggernaut suit on. I just like my question that got me in trouble a long time ago. I never get the point of wearing even less. Like, what do that like? Is it? I don't understand, but I think it proved my point that I think women love her. Like they say, panic mode will override safety. I think the adrenaline or the not adrenaline
The
the
ego
need for
pumping.
attention is more important to women than actual or the need to be wanted is more important than this fear of men slapping their booty because they know men do it.
It's not, that ain't likely. Nobody puts that much thought into it unless they are traumatized, unless they have some type of defense or disdain for it. The common, regular, healthy minded person ain't gonna think like that. There has to be a factor that causes them to think in that manner. Most people are blissful when they get up and start their day.
Interesting. So that's like me. I ain't never got into no pew pew fight or nothing like that, but I still know if I go to certain areas, I'm looking as soon as I hear. I mean, I ain't gonna say that, but I never experienced. But I still be very defensive. Like I'm kind of, I don't know. Maybe women gotta actually experience it though. That's what you're saying. Basically, that's what it sounds like. You saying you gotta actually experience it or get slapped on the booty one time to be like, okay,
Yeah,
you know
like
what? Maybe I gotta move differently. But some
yeah,
of them
like when
don't.
you say you go to a certain particular neighborhood, boom. Now, if a woman wears a certain ensemble to the club or to a closed space or a party, I think that she's going to think differently than if she just gets dressed to go outside for a walk or to the store, or to the market, or whatever the case may be, the dinner with her friend, as opposed to going to an environment where it's more likely to happen.
Interesting. We'll get back to that. Let me get Ron in. I gotta get him in.
Yo,
What's up, my brother?
what's up, Kev?
What's up, man? You all right?
Bruh, I'm glad this semester is over with, bruh. My God,
I can hear it in your voice.
man, what? I'm finally.
You sound safe now.
This break was tough.
Not school unsafe.
How far down am I going?
We just only on the first two. The first green one and the first white one. We just want the examples and different. That's all it is. And then
Better to be safe. It's better to be safe. And then, what are examples of like being safe?
Yeah, everybody just does F it. They just going right to it. They don't even care. They say, I'm gonna go straight to it. It's be safe. Yeah, give me some examples. You can even give examples where people, it don't even have to be women, or people just been rebellious to what they feel. Which I think been our argument with me and Mocha so far.
I've never like that fear factor. I never really had that growing up. So I think that part of my brain is missing. I've always been aware of certain situations, but I don't fear it. I'll be like, all right, if like I can see an altercation about to take place, I can see, all right, a fight might happen here or a shootout might happen here, and I'm able to have deductive reasoning, but I don't fear those outcomes. I'll just move accordingly to make sure I survive the situation, if that makes sense. But I don't like fear it or anything. So I've been with people who like are on edge when we're out, and because like I'm from Houston. I don't know if y'all are from like that area or not, but there's a mall in the area, and that is like Greenspoint Mall is like they would say that's considered like a bad area, but generally if you minding your business, nothing bad's gonna happen to you.
Yeah, that's the setup. Y'all be setting people up with that one. I don't believe that one, but I get you. I get you saying for the most of the part, but yeah, I don't want.
But like an innocent bystander, like civilians are not getting hit over there. It's just like
that's true. I'll get you on that.
You know what I'm saying? It's just game. If you're getting hit, you did something type beat.
They say the same thing about bees, but I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be on guard with them. I just don't trust I don't trust no man but God.
Yeah, facts, facts. I do be on point, but I ain't gonna lie. After being out here in college, I'm over here. I grew up in the hood, and now I'm at this sweet spot, bruh. I might be. I've been moving green a little bit lately. I got locked in. So my environment in college, when I come back home, I gotta stay back on my. I gotta like recalibrate my mind on where I'm at.
Ooh, I like that question. My baby ass. I think this is the
Can
Saul's in
you
the building.
control fear? For me,
Can you
yes.
control your fear? I think we about to dig deep on that one. Cause
But
yeah,
I
that's
think I think a huge part of it is your foundation. Like I'm secure in Christ. You know what I'm saying? So the answer is different for everybody else. But I don't have fear because I'm with the Lord. If you know what I'm saying, I don't believe in like dying early and all. And I just lost my cousin too. So this is like me. I've been faced with this stuff like just recently. So I I don't know. I for me personally, I don't get feared out. I just kind of like
oh,
handle
you are superhuman.
what
Okay,
I
okay.
can. It's already in control, ain't it?
You different then. You a superhuman. I ain't got the balls to say that, bro. But okay, cool. Okay, we got two new people in. Come on, Saul, do it for me. Go ahead. You already know what I be looking for, man.
All right. Is it better for a woman to feel safe or to be safe? Now, is this in the eyes of men, women, who?
This you can do both. You can do both. You ain't gonna throw the hands up for me, man. I thought you gonna at least do the hands for
Oh,
me, man.
you said I was next. I didn't have to wait.
I know. All right, go
So,
ahead.
I would say in women's eyes, they just want to feel safe. They're not really concerned about being safe. And the reason why is because they don't know what safe is.
Who?
You have to have a very good high level of intelligence to be able to walk through life playing chess, you know. And if you're not thinking, you don't begin with the end in mind, and you don't make sound decisions in your life, then it's impossible for you to put yourself in safe situations and circumstances because you're not going to make good decisions. And if we're looking at the majority of women, speaking in general, the majority of women don't make sound decisions when it comes to anything that has to do with adulting, such as physical fitness. They're not keeping themselves safe with eating the proper diet. Income to debt ratio. They're not keeping themselves safe by making sure they have a specific amount of months of income put to the side to make sure that they're not going to ever be homeless or go without. When it comes to child rearing, they're not making sure that themselves are safe or their children are safe by choosing a proper man that is prepared to be a father and a husband prior to conception. They're not making sure themselves are safe when it comes to education selection. They're not choosing the proper education that nets them enough money to take care of yesterday's debts, today's requirements, and tomorrow's retirement. They're just doing what they want to do. And lastly, and what I find to be probably the most important, is when it comes to investments in retirement. The majority of black women are not investing in retirement to make sure that themselves are safe when they can no longer work. And I'll land there.
All right, nice. Oh yeah, he gonna spark some stuff for sure. I can count on Saul. Pharaoh, what you got for me?
What's going on, y'all? What's going on, big dog?
What the heck, Barry White come from
What
out of
I
nowhere? What the heck, I thought I would have won a radio host out of nowhere. That was crazy. Okay.
Nah, fuck it
All right,
up.
my
Babe, you
brother.
know he does the lights on the cars too. Remember we saw that car that had the light with the arrow on
Oh,
the
that.
headlight?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
he do that type of stuff.
Okay. All right.
Well, I appreciate that shit too, you showing love. But I personally think that anybody that feels like a woman should feel safe rather than be safe, you're delusional as fuck.
Ooh.
I feel like that's specifically showing that you're operating off of emotions and not logic, and your liability. I just keep it sweet and simple as that, man. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Everybody went. So open panel. I'm pretty sure people. Okay, I see you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
Kev, I had a question. Oh, I had two questions that could go around whichever which way. My two
Yep.
questions were: is there a point in time in life where an adult is responsible for their own safety as far as the maintenance of it and then finding it? So So if they're in an unsafe situation, they're responsible for finding safety. And then my other question is, if they are adults who basically do those things to the way.
You might say that last part again. You breaking up.
He ain't even gonna be able to hear us.
Your service is nervous.
Y'all heard the first question at least, though? I heard a part
Yeah,
of
he
it.
said, is it at some point when you become an adult, is it their responsibility to find safety and be safe and maintain?
I'd say it's always your responsibility as
Right.
an
Is it
adult.
every adult's responsibility to maintain their own safety and then to find safety if by chance that safety gets breached? Is it their responsibility first? And then
Squeeze that second one in while your
people who
service is
don't
working. Squeeze that
abide by
second one
that,
in.
and they're always looking for somebody.
Basically, don't look for nobody else to give you safety.
All right, so you got the first part, so I'm gonna hold up the second part.
Dang,
The first
his
answer
signal
I'd
ain't
say is
liking him
yes.
today. That's crazy.
Yeah, they hating on him. But the answer is yes.
When was it not our responsibility to do that? I figured the moment your parents put you out the house and told you you're an adult, do your thing, you had to start making sound decisions that's what keep you safe, especially if you house with
I think
kids.
there's a
So
line.
what,
I think there's a line you cross. A lot of people cross that line easily where they start to feel like they're entitled to feel safe instead of their responsibility of being safe.
huh. I can understand that, right? A partner leaning on their partner too much, or like I guess the example Kev gave earlier about how some women maybe pick fights or whatever, and then go, "Well, I just get my husband," and next thing you know, her husband laid up in the hospital. So I understand that.
Now, are we talking about the macro or the micro? Because, like, I think what everybody's agreeing with, us individually, it's your responsibility, period. But, like, you know, the environment that you're in, you know, we vote for people to, is that our responsibility? I don't know. Like, that's another conversation, right? But we're
Well,
talking
it's our
about
responsibility
individuals,
to
right?
vote for them, right?
Huh?
They give us the right to quote unquote give us the right to vote. We apparently, if we don't come out and vote, that's how we get the crappy people in. So it's still on us to do the research, go to those town meetings, and pick the right people. So it's still on
I
us, then, right?
mean, well, yeah, I can see that. I mean, but I mean, like, as far as, you know, like
relying on the
are we
police.
safe from the rest of the world militarily, right? That's not necessarily, I mean, it's kind of our responsibility collectively, I think. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but individually, it is 100% our responsibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey y'all, hey.
Yo.
Hey.
Y'all don't think y'all responsible for the people in y'all troop? Because for me, I make sure the people in my circle are safe too, even if I'm not with them.
Are you military?
Nah, but my uncle is ex-military and he passed away. So, I mean, I have family that are military, but I'm not.
I believe in the village, so I do believe in looking out for your people, but I also believe in recognizing when the people are no longer for you and getting them the hell out your village too.
Yeah, true that, but like locations on and like, yo, I'm finna
Oh wow,
handle this.
no, actually no. I've never understood how people did that. I have sisters and they share locations, but I've never done it. And the time I did, it made me nervous because my location was on. I'm like, anybody can find me. I'm cutting this shit off. Like I don't know. And you know what? Maybe that's why we don't talk that much right about now, because I guess I'm not that.
Yeah, that's fine, but I have people that do need to know where I am because sometimes I'm not where I'm supposed to be. So I'd rather them have my location.
Like Life 360.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, hey, you know, it sound like you know you.
So, and vice
I
versa.
feel like we are taught to have a village, not operate in a village, and make sure everyone is full fed and all the
I
things of
agree,
safety
but
and how
I'm
to like come up to that
here
level.
in my family to change that dynamic. So I'm literally in the process of changing that.
Can I ask you a question?
What your village used to be like, because my village fed everybody. You could come to my village and you could have somewhere to sleep, have somewhere to eat, have somebody to. They were religious, so have somebody to minister to you if that's what you needed. Have someone to sit with you in prayer, in tears, whatever. So I think it depends on your village, because I know what a village is, and I know it, well, at least how I was taught, how I understand it, how I believe it's supposed to be. I fully believe in that because it's very communal, I guess,
But
if you will.
okay, so if
Yes,
I'm not
and you're correct.
mistaken, I did hear a veer line crossed, like I was mentioning
Yeah, but I
earlier.
think
But
that's power. Like not
no,
a
no,
lot of people know
Hey,
how to
hold on
have
one
that's
second.
the.
Hold
not
on.
what that's not what I'm talking about.
Hold on. Let Pharaoh finish, please.
So that's not what I'm talking about. So what I'm talking about is I'm gonna ask because I might have heard you wrong, Ron, and that's how you pronounce your name.
Yeah.
You said you go places that you're not supposed to be in, so you share your location so they can know where you at.
Yeah.
That
Like
line, to me, that line seems weird because now you're putting the responsibility on the person that you're sharing your location with, instead of you having the responsibility of not being at certain places you're supposed to not be at. You see
I'm
how
not
that bear
giving
line is crossed?
no, I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm not giving them my location so they can make sure I'm safe. I'm giving them their location so they know where I'm at, because they be worried about my safety. But it's not like I know I'm not gonna go anywhere that I don't think I'm gonna make it back alive. So, but there are times where I have to show up for certain people who are in dangerous situations. So it's just being that being the case. But I don't move foolishly or anything like that. But
So,
the point is communication in the village too, because I believe that's a part of safety. So even if something doesn't happen, them knowing where you at, I think is important.
but with that village, I can, like, for me, we all kind of move in our capabilities, right? So if you're someone who has the capability to, protect others, then I think that's what you should do, as if you have that ability. But in the village, those individuals still have their own individual responsibility to do their due diligence in making themselves safe as well. So as an example, anybody can come to my spot right now. Like I already my whole yeah, I'm over as far as my crew is concerned. If you need anything or whatever, I got you. But you still gotta make it here. You get what I'm saying? Like you
Yeah.
still have to you still have a responsibility to get to the safety too. So I
Yeah.
think that's what we were kind of saying. Like there is a certain, maybe it's degrees to it. I guess that'd be a better way to put it, right?
Yeah, facts. And I think ultimately I I know someone in here earlier was saying that they could feel like tensions in room and read energy, and they trust their intuition when it's time to leave a situation and things like that. I think ultimately Black people tend to have that sense because of our ancestors being in the slave and that biology being passed down to us. So I think long as you don't ignore that and obey your common sense, that you should be good. But like we said prior, there's hyperfixation. Like you could fixate on trying to do a task that you're not, you tunnel zone your surroundings. So ultimately that's why you gotta like walk slower and not rush as much, which is why I tell people to like chill a little bit and take a step before rushing at it.
What you got, Sugar Pie?
This is what I got. Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? At the end of the day, I feel like it's the same exact thing. Being safe and feeling safe is the same thing. The only time that is different is if you're dealing with somebody who ain't mentally sound and got some delusions going on. And I'm assuming that you would want to link up with somebody that's mentally sound. But if not, then you're going to have a difference. But it's supposed to be the same thing because it's kind of common sense. You know what I'm saying? So, like, how can you be a man's peace at the end of the
We're
day?
not on that. We're not on that part yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you want to expound more and anything that you had? Because that's why I was about to ask you to come up because it seemed like some stuff you had disagreed with. I think with Pharaoh, you disagree with some stuff that he
I
said.
said to rebuttal on
Oh,
her.
yeah, when he said something like, he referring to women being logical more than emotional. We both got a balance of emotions and logic. Everybody's supposed to be. You can't be
I'm not
100%.
the one that said that. I don't know who
I
said
don't
that.
know who said it, but I don't feel like you should be one or the other. It's going to be both when you consider in every situation. And if you understand how a woman is wired, you can't force them to be more like you and then expect them to be soft. If you expecting them to be more logical, like a logical man, you are asking for that woman to operate in her masculinity, which you don't want. So you got to pick, what do you want? A soft woman that is going to embrace her strength, which is her emotions, or you want a masculine woman that's going to embrace her logic. You got to pick. You can't have them both.
So
So
so so with me personally with that one, I disagree, and it's just my opinion. Only because with my understanding is that men and women are just unbalanced. Both men and women have masculine and feminine. You know what I'm saying?
right.
That's what
When
I
men,
said.
no, you said you have to pick and choose what a woman has to
No,
operate
I
in.
said
You
that
don't
you
have to.
both have both of them, but we all know that women are going to be just a little bit more emotional than men. So you can't expect her to be more
That's a
logical because that's what a
unbalance.
man
So
That's
is.
let me
unbalance. If
yeah,
it's
let
more
me
than the
say
other,
this
it's
though,
unbalanced.
because I was about to say that's what I was about to actually speak on is that it's not emotions and logic is not gender based,
Yes.
and what I actually did a live on that before. Yeah, man is just as emotional as women. They just express it differently though. We just see it different. Like even when dudes are anger or schmorny, I don't know if I can say that word. Like those are still emotions, right? So we just express it differently. So I think I just want to kind of cut that little myth out where I keep hearing people say that like each person is different, and logic is a skill. So anybody can kind of learn it, and that's also, I mean, in order to learn it, right, you got to learn how to put your feelings to the side because a lot of time we think with our feelings, and we don't look outside and know when to set it apart from actually different conversations and stuff. That's the reason why we react so fast. We don't listen as much and all that stuff. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of debunk that because like you did say this, what you said. You did say you got to pick one or the other. We
Yeah,
can't.
you got to pick one or the other because
See what I mean by
women
emotions
Yeah,
are,
though.
you can't.
listen, this is
You
what
see
I'm
what
saying. Like,
you see what I mean
yeah,
by
I
emotions,
did
buddy?
say, yeah, I did
I
say,
gotta finish first, sugar
oh,
pie.
sorry.
Dang. That's what I
Sorry.
said. But you did the example about responding with emotion though. That's what I was saying. But all I was getting to is that you were saying that which I don't believe each side have a special trait. You were saying that you're trying to get women to act like men and men try to act like, and it's not true when it comes to that logic and emotion though. So it's just like y'all got to learn, which somebody just said about the balance. It should be a balance amongst each other, and or sometimes yes, you can balance each other out also because everybody don't know everything, but the goal is to be balanced. That's the goal. But go ahead.
Can
Okay,
I just say? Oh,
so
go ahead. I'm my bad.
I'm sorry. You could go.
I don't necessarily. Well, I guess he just kind of ixnated what he said, but I don't care for that argument because it makes it fuels the argument that women aren't logical at all. That women can't operate outside of anything aside of their emotions. Again, I think you choose that for the situation, for the people that you with. You choose those certain type of emotions because that's what's expected in them moments. But I don't think every woman is just overly influxed with a bunch of emotions. Like I turn them hoes off in a second. I be crying. I wipe them tears and start asking real questions because why not? Why don't people think that women can operate in logistics? Why can't we be logical at all? Like I don't
And
know, but that be like the
that was
go-to
the whole
thing.
point I was trying to prove is that both women and men have both. So it's not one more than the other. I do feel like, of course, we not delusional that women will act on their emotions. They will make decisions off their emotions way
Right,
quicker
right.
than men. So that's the logic. Now I'm not saying this, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But the whole consensus that we got to be in relationships and men got to be masculine and women got to be feminine, like I don't agree with that shit at all. You know what I'm saying? That starts chaos. That's how relationships go through the sewer type shit. That's
I
just
also
what I'm
believe
saying.
that's how you pass down crappy stuff to your kids. Because I feel like as a woman, being overly feminine, as a man, being overly manly. I feel like that really put your kids through a thing. Like when my son get upset about stuff, I definitely let him know it's okay. You can cry. Just make sure you wipe your face and figure out the next plan. Like don't wallow in it. You can cry. You can feel. And I tell my daughter, you can be mad. You can yell. You can feel something. It's okay. Like aggression is not necessarily always a bad thing. Like you can have that. Just don't let that be your only thing. As a person who can be a bit aggressive, don't let that be your forerunning person all the time, because it rubs people the wrong way, and then they'll think you're a certain kind of way, and you're not. That's just a piece of you, not all of you.
So my only
Yeah,
look on
and
this thing. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
oh yeah, so now because the reason why I say that is because me, I'm a listener. So I'm listening. So I'm hearing people say, I feel. That's an emotion. I'm hearing people say, in my opinion, I believe. Those are not logics. So therefore, to a certain extent, when we dealing with things, it's not always logical. It's based on your experience. And your experience and what you experienced emotionally, it kind of fine tunes your logic, because what's logical to you might not be logical to the next person. You're going to hear a lot of I feel, I believe, I think, this is what this is. Logic is just fact. That's something that cannot be argued. And a lot of these questions are not people asking for facts, is asking for an emotional perspective, an opinion. All of those things is based on emotions and your own experience, and your own experience in which you experience, and your level of education and the way that you raise. Those things is what controls your logic. Everybody's logic is not the same.
Right. I was gonna say that
We
same
all,
thing.
yeah,
Like
and we all
you have
know
to.
that women, we go through emotions, we go through hormones, we have kids, we have that time of the month that is going to throw off our hormonal balance and make us emotional. And we cannot be that emotional if we know that in the Black family, women were responsible for taking care of the families and able to pay the bills and able to survive and do what they got to do. You can't do all of those things emotionally. So emotions and logic is both going to kick in. But you have to
Don't
understand that we're going to be more emotional because we go through certain things hormonally. That's just nature.
So
But
no,
we can
that
also
part you're
say
talking
this
about
though.
is common. We understand those type of stuff, but that still don't disregard the situation stuff that people get screwed in the head with emotions over logic. For example, you know what I'm saying? Men or women get in relationships. You see, the visual of the person may steer you away, or how much attention, emotion a person might steer you away. That causes self-sabotage. You're making that decision off of emotions and not logic. You thinking it's logic because you thinking your emotions is making you make the right decision, but it's
It
not.
doesn't
But
mean she
hold
doesn't
on.
feel that way. She probably we're
You
as
said
men.
exactly it's a feel. That's
Hear me
emotion.
out. Hear me out,
Okay.
brother. I'm not disagreeing with you in totality. What I'm saying is, like,
Welcome to the
I've been
line.
through relationships, and I'm saying, like, it doesn't mean that she's wrong. She's just saying, this is how I feel. This is how you making me feel. And us as men, we saying, like, we have to think about it. Like, I'm 33 years old, military vet. Like, I have to think about things in life and be like, how are you making somebody else feel? She's not wrong. She's not right, but she's not wrong.
Y'all
Can I
going back
add?
into a
Yeah.
separate
Can I?
area, bro. Because
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I just heard y'all
you're talking
conversation.
about
But hold
feeling
on.
about how other
I
people
heard y'all
feel. I'm
conversation,
talking
and
about
I
like
thought I
decision
would
making.
just
I'm talking about
I,
I'm talking about
hear,
like who you go
hear me
around.
out.
Like
I'm just saying, like, I heard your conversation, and I'm not trying to make a big deal of it. I'm a military vet. I understand how sometimes it get like it get. I'm just saying, like, at the same time, as men, we got to be like, hey, we wasn't 100% correct.
So,
bro, you're not.
okay, real
I'm not
quick
understanding
though.
nothing you saying, bro. Like they ain't
Yo,
saying.
yo.
Understand
So
what he's
real quick,
saying?
can I? Because to Sugar's point though, logic is in definition, it should be cut and dry, but it's not, because it depends on what your knowledge is. Now, it's based on facts of what you know, right? That's what your logic will be based on. So,
Exactly.
for an example, right? In that, let's use this example of a woman going through her time of the month or whatever the case is, and she's acting more emotional, quote unquote, right? Well,
She deserves to.
hold on, man.
Oh
So
my
what happens
gosh.
though is
My
if
bad, brother. My
if
bad, brother.
if she's been going through her life and every time she acts out, she gets away with it, right? Or she gets what she wants. I'm just using this as an example. Okay, I'm not saying that this is what happens. I'm just saying. Then by definition, she's acting logically to get what she wants. So when we say up here and say that it's emotional, no, that's because if she's away with that, it was her, she's successful in it, to her, this is the logical way to act. Now, that doesn't mean
Is
that
that
there's
not
actually
manipulation?
logic, right? That doesn't mean that there's
Bruh.
actually logic. Understand what I'm saying to you, right? It
I get
doesn't
what you're
mean,
saying, cuz. I get
yeah,
what you're
it
saying,
doesn't mean that
cuz.
it is
It take
logic,
logic
but
to
it's
manipulate
logical
also
to
though.
her. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. That's where Sugar was talking about it makes sense because there is a certain thing where you have to realize that we all have individual experiences. And if I know that, I can be a booster and I can go take stuff and I've never been caught, we would sit up here and say, man, that's not logical. But hey, it's logical to me
That's
because
not
this
the
is
same
this is my
thing because
success. But
you can use emotions to manipulate as well. There's a whole bunch of men using emotion to manipulate women. So no, you
yes,
can't
that's
just
true.
say
No,
just.
no, you're right. You're right.
I
But I'm
mean,
just
both of y'all
saying,
right though. It's not an either
yeah,
or. So
yeah.
so what I did logically, right? I went and looked up the definition. That's losing logic right there. See, so it says reasoning, conducting, or another logical thing to do. My man could have muted up a long time ago. That'd be logic. But reasoning could say reasoning, conduct, or assessed according to street principle or validity. Another part is say particular system or codification of principles of proof or inference, a system of symbolic and mathematical techniques to determine the forms of valid deductive arguments, and then quality of being justifiable by reasoning. Oh, and then you got course of action or line of reasoning suggested or made necessary by. So it's many different here you go. A system or set of principles underlying arrangement of elements in a computer. Okay, that's another whole different one though. So it's just basically it's really like a technique, different techniques or strategy, right? I would say to get understanding or get your way probably. So that do take logic, that's all that is. So that's the definition of logic. I think we just try to, so what cousin was saying, you can actually use you can use sometimes you can use your feelings in a logical and through logic in a logical way. I mean, or you can logically manipulate other people's feelings too. So
Yeah, that's what I'm
so that
saying.
it still take logic in that. It's not really either or with that. And then like I said, it's different people. So different people with their own logic, with their own logic. Logic it's not a objective thing. You know what I'm saying? It's still subjective. Everybody can be different. It can be different according to each
So,
person.
boss, you know
Like
why I say
intelligence.
those things? Because when I look it up, it has me thinking like, okay, when you think off emotions, however you want to put it, it's quick. It's quick decision making.
True.
You know what I'm saying? It's quick decision making. There's no critical thinking. There's none of that. That's logic. That's why, yes, I'm not saying there's no such thing as coming to a correct, accurate decision by using emotions. But on a majority scale, no, emotions will fuck
You
your
talking
ass
about
up.
impulse though? You talking about impulse?
That's
That's
emotions. Emotions
yeah,
is more
emotion,
on
right?
impulse.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
when you
It's
think
more.
impulse and
but hold
emotions
on
are
real
two
quick,
different
hold on,
things.
sugar, hold up. I'm trying to time in together. So what you're saying, I wouldn't agree that automatically when you think emotion is impulsive. That's different, right?
It's
But if you
instinct.
strategically use your emotion, that can be logic also. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but is it on a majority scale?
No, I get you. I get
They
you.
know,
Majority
like
of the time
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
impulsive.
So I'm saying like if a chance is a 0 point, if a chance is 10% on emotional scale making decision making, and a logical critical thinking long term decision making is a more 80%. Even though that 10% happens, which one you gonna take?
I understand what you mean. You just saying
That
majority of the time people use their emotion in an
and a lot of
impulsive way.
times they fuck it up because
Yeah,
that's
I
basically
get
what I'm
that.
saying. Yeah.
I get that. Yeah, I understand. We would say that. I was just, it was just cracking in that it's not. Some of them are not separated. Sometimes it can be both. Both at the same time. But if you're talking about the majority, yes, majority of the time, people are impulsive and they claim that they're thinking logical.
That's just me. Like when I speak, that's my fault. I speak like on a majority scale, like to
Me
yeah,
too. I
that's
feel
yeah.
you on that. I feel you on that. I like to also think outside the box also too. So that's what I tend to do. So I try to, make balance in certain situations. But yes, if you talking about in general, yes, most people are impulsive. I guess that's the word.
You know
To
But
what?
me.
logic could be
I hear
impulsive
it.
too, because if you was raised in a certain
What?
type of logic, if you was
Now you
raised,
reaching.
no, listen,
It's still
if
critical
your
thinking.
parents, like when you get raised, your parents use their logic to raise you. And so that logic can be something that's instilled into you that you don't think nothing of. You just spew it out.
Do you know what logic mean? I just looked it up. Logic will never be impulsive.
Thank
Logic
you.
literally,
Right.
it's the
So
opposite.
you know
No,
what?
I mean
I
like
think
you
the
can use
word.
your parents' logic, even though it's not correct. It's based on
Yeah.
emotional or their experience. You can use theirs and don't think of it. You just continue to repeat it. That's what
But
I'm saying.
that's not thinking off emotions. That's thinking
Logic
off
is
what
taught.
works.
So I think what the word is rational, and I think that's
Logic is
why
taught,
I.
yeah.
So what I was thinking is because I understand what he's saying now. When you explained it, I get what you mean. I think I would use rational. That's rational or irrational. It's not the opposite of because emotions are not the opposite of logic,
Right, it's
which we
not.
always say, right? And a lot of times I think that's where we get confused.
That's when we get
Emotions are
confused.
actually
Yep.
part of logic, right? But it's how we process. But what I'm saying is I think what you were describing was acting irrationally or acting rational. When you think logically in general, right? That means we say, okay, we make decisions in a more rational manner. But if you're irrational, then that means that you're going to be impulsive. So
I agree
maybe
with
that's
that.
the
I
I
think
agree
word.
it
with that.
Maybe
depends
that's where we
on.
at, because that's what I would think.
I
But I
agree with
got
that.
what you're
I
saying, though.
think
I
it
got what you
depends
mean.
on the person, though, not the gender.
Of course. Of course. I don't think nobody said that disagree with that up here. But yeah, I feel you on that. But what you got for us anyways, Kason? What you got?
So I joined recently without knowing what you guys were specifically talking
Oh,
about.
I noticed that. Yeah, that was impulsive, wasn't it? But go ahead. Keep going.
I wouldn't say that was impulsive.
You didn't logically do that, right? Because you came up here and did not know what we were talking about, right? You're kind of proving our point. Lovely.
No, I was interested in the conversation and I saw your I
If you
saw the
didn't if
words
you
on the
didn't know what we
screen
was
and I wanted
talking
to
about, what
join.
conversation? If you didn't know what we were talking about.
I love it. I got to
I
love
came
it
here
though.
to understand the conversation and I was going to ask you guys what you're talking about.
I love it. Logically, you would have been just sitting there listening and didn't know you
I
wouldn't even
listened for a few
respond.
minutes, but you guys kind of bounce around from different
Yeah, that's
examples.
where you use your logic and be like, all right, let me really hear what they saying so I can know when I can step in, instead of come up here asking the question. You see what I'm saying? But hey, listening, we learn and live, we learn and listen and learn
Well, I
and live.
joined and I read the prompt and then I listened
Hey
for a
man,
few
you want to
minutes
answer the
before I
prompt? We can say
decided to
that though.
speak and open my mouth.
Yeah, we can
But
ask you if you want to answer the prompt. We can answer the prompt. Go ahead, do your thug thizzle.
so what example could you give me to where a man is more logical than a woman? Just give me any example.
I don't see that on a. Is you still thinking with your feelings? I don't even see where that's at on this prompt. Where is that at? It's amazing. I think it says, "Is it better for women to feel safe or be safe?"
I think this is
I think
proving
it's
my point.
emotional for you to insult me. I'm just asking a question,
I didn't
dude.
insult you. I literally. What the heck? You use your emotions again? It's crazy.
Yeah. Hey, can you
You're the
please
one
No,
who's
Kev,
unmute
sitting
it's the
Ross?
here.
laugh.
I have not said one negative thing about you
Me neither.
or your mind or your emotions, but you're sitting here
It's the
attacking me.
laugh, Kev. That laugh make you feel away.
Okay.
It's a
It's true.
It's the
It's
he's
true.
laugh.
trying to
It's the
comfort
laugh.
himself.
Okay,
That's what that
Kay, did
is.
you want to, can you answer the prompt?
Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? I think that it depends what you mean by that. I don't see why you can't have both in the same situation.
Let's talk
But
about it.
obviously being safe is definitely better than feeling safe.
Explain. Let's get some examples and all that. That'd be lovely.
Well, let's say you're at an airport and you feel safe, but you don't know that there's a bomb in someone's luggage. Is it better to be in an airport with a bomb in it or feel like you're
I know we can
in
say
an
that though.
airport without a bomb in it? Obviously, it's better to be safe.
Interesting. Okay.
But I think being safe should also come with feeling safe.
So you say you got examples of like, so tell me how both of them happen at the same time, you know, and then I guess my question for you is since we talking about women on this one, do women always feel safe even if they are safe? Hello?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I
Like,
say it over again. Do women always feel safe even if they are in safe environments or safe situations?
maybe not always, but there is a logic behind why they might not feel safe. And I think
Tell me
it's
that.
important. I think it's important to get down to the root cause on why they're not feeling safe.
Can you answer that for us then? What's that? What would be
It
that?
could be psychological. It could be tonality. It could be a million different
Yeah,
factors.
can you tell me what that means? Like, give an example though, because I'm pretty sure you can kind of explain that what that is like in that scenario.
All right. Let's say you live in a low income situation, right?
Okay.
And all of your bills are met, right? So you are safe.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say that you're one paycheck or one flat tire from not being safe anymore. Technically, you are safe. But the way things are looking, anything could happen to where you don't feel safe anymore.
Oh,
That's
you
just
talking
an
about? Okay, I can
example.
get that a little bit. You said it's like a worry. It's a worry or something like
It's an
that.
anxiety, it's a worry of
Okay,
of certain things not being curated or growing in a certain way.
I can see that. I can see that then. I can see that. So you say it's like you say, but the fact that now it's worried because it haven't came to pass. So it's like building up the anxiety. Like, dang, I wonder if this gonna. I can see that.
Yeah, what's the root
Like, good
cause of it?
example.
You don't have a safety net, but
Good example.
that can also be an emotional thing too. If you
Okay.
guys are talking about the emotional side of women.
Mm.
I believe I'm both. I'm very logical, but I'm also very, very emotional. Um, and I've noticed when I feel overcome with emotions, there's usually like a root cause of it.
Interesting. That's good that we learned
And I
about
think
you.
it's logical on the man to try to pinpoint what's causing the anxiety. Hey, what's making my wife worry about this bill? You know, it doesn't mean he has to instantly solve it either, you know, but
What's the point then?
it's about working together to fix why, you know, why people are feeling anxious
How can you
or
fix that?
depressed or upset. You need to find the root cause of it together
How do
as
you
a team.
can you help us
It's
out?
not
Like,
man versus woman, it's man and woman versus the problem.
hey man, I agree with that. I agree with that though. Well, okay, I'm done having fun. I just want to. Anybody else? Y'all can come in. It's open panel, y'all. Let's get it. Let's get it. This is fun. I ain't gonna lie.
I was just wondering, so is your core both, because you said very emotional and very logical. I'm saying so it's fleeting, it's just based on the situation, like you're not a logical person.
I wouldn't say that.
No,
I
I'm
would
just
say I
asking.
have a set of like morals. I have a set of I'm able to observe situations, but I also feel a lot of emotion. Like if I see a random video of a pit bull attacking a 2-year-old, that will make me cry my eyes out, right? But at the same time, I'm logically not in the situation. So like I don't actually feel like I'm in danger. I feel upset about a situation that may happen. It could happen one day.
Doesn't if you're like logical, if you're looking at something
I have a lot
logically,
of empathy.
how do I hear you. I hear you. I was just saying, how does that work if you are a logical person and you're watching something, you're like, logically, I can understand how that works. and then like you just start pouring out crying. Like
No, that was just an example. Like,
no, I know I'm using your example to understand, to try and understand how that works.
Is it possibly that it's situational? Like I feel like I
Yeah,
understand what
that's
you
what I was
it's
mean.
trying to ask her.
situational for
Well,
sure, for both men
because
and women.
yeah, I don't think at any moment I am completely 100, like 50% evenly logical or emotional. Like I can be a mixture of both whenever, but depending on the situation, one is going to take over, and depending on how, I guess, I don't know, depending on how emotional I am with the situation, like that can cause, I feel like that sometimes can cause my logic to overdo it, to try to take over because it's too emotional, too many tears, there's no understanding. So something has to give to, for the situation to now be understood. The crying and all that shit's not helping. So like, I don't know. I feel like I kind of, even if what I just said didn't resonate with what she was saying, to me it does. Like whatever she's saying, I feel like you can be both, just not all the time. In
I
certain
feel like it's
situations.
physically impossible to only be one at a single time, even with different circumstances. I think even when you are crying, you still have a little pecking voice in the back of your head with logic. And I think even when you're being logical, you still have emotions going on because you literally can't never not have emotions. They're both
I don't know.
they're
I'm a
both
firm believer.
constantly going on. Sometimes one of them overpowers the other, sure,
Yeah, I
but
think all the time is majority of the time is like that. I'm a firm believer where logic that makes sense though. When
and
logic is high, emotions is low, and when emotions is
it
high,
depends
logic.
on the person too. Do they have a personality disorder? Do they have traumas?
Nah, people think they superheroes, and that's not true. So
Yeah. I think it's hard to always be stone cold. I
everybody
think
got to
it's
be that
also
one
hard
cookie
to,
person. I can do both at the same time.
yeah. I mean, if you're a healthy person, you're able to pretty much all the time be able to be both. I don't think it's just a big blanket over everything. Like,
Can you be angry and
you can love someone and
happy
be
at the same
angry.
time?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you be angry and happy at the same time?
Yeah, you can. You can.
You just say be happy and mad at the same time?
Yep.
Yeah, you could be happy with life and be pissed off in a moment.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe everybody's emotions work differently.
I don't know, bro. I don't know about that.
You
With
could
me
be an
though,
I
insecure.
thought humans emotion like what's the word, fluctuate or something like that. I think you can only do one at a time. That's what
No, just because I'm
I
having a
thought.
bad day don't mean I'm having a bad life. Just today
No,
just
not a
happened to be a
bad day. I'm
bad
saying
day.
at the same time. That's why I asked same time. That's why I specified
Well, you
same
could be an
time.
Oh,
insecure
like at
And
the
I would
person
say
exact
no. I
same
don't think no
time.
human can do that. But some humans
experiencing a
believe they
life
can.
so
event.
what you talk about, big dog, is yes, when it fluctuate. It's never at the same
Yes,
time. So
never at the
you
same
may
time.
feel that emotion right then and there, but for a quick couple seconds or a couple minutes, you may dump that emotions and be thinking with the other side. But then that after that's short lasted, and now you back into your emotions, feeling it don't happen at the
Yeah.
same time. It's back and forth.
Maybe like when
Yeah,
somebody
and
passed
the
away,
point is,
you at a
go ahead.
funeral or something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like
because
sometimes you
emotions
might not feel
fluctuate.
much.
It's never
Another
literally the
moment
same
you
time.
might.
So they're meant to be a temporary feel. All the emotions are temporary feelings. It's never been meant to be extended, and like you're not gonna be happy forever. You're not gonna be jealous forever. You're not gonna be lustful forever. You're not gonna all those things. It just don't. It don't. Those are meant for a moment.
And I'm
Every
Well,
glad.
last
they're bursts
emotion.
of chemical reactions in your brain. So
But look,
yeah,
I'm
it's
glad you said
supposed to
that.
be temporary. It's when you have personality disorders like OCD or something where you obsess over the emotion too long.
But look,
But
I'm glad.
emotions are
I'm
meant to
glad you.
be felt and then passed through.
I'm glad you said that because you see how you said that the feelings is not supposed to be to last long, and that's why they say you're supposed to think logically. Because when people think emotionally, they make the quick decisions and end up making the wrong decisions
Yep.
instead of waiting their emotions out and waiting to calm down and when to come back
Yeah.
right and then making a proper decision.
Yeah.
Is this
Hey,
an
I do
open
agree
panel
with
now?
that.
this is open panel.
Okay, can I answer the
Well,
question?
Let me see who else. Okay, matter of fact, yeah, real quick, we're gonna take a hold
I
on. Let's go ahead
appreciate
and
it.
get you in real quick. Be on the
I
green.
appreciate it, bro.
I actually have to
Okay.
go.
All right,
So
appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? Be safe, of course. A woman's feelings when it comes to safety can be irrational or emotional. Like sometimes women often think just because I have a right to do something, I should be able to, right? Like a lot of women leave it. A lot of women leave their purse open, and she feels safe. Nobody's going to mess with me, but I know as a man that can be inviting to someone stealing. And whether you have something in your purse or whether you don't, sometimes the reaction can be violent either way. So to be safe, don't entice the situation. You know what I mean? So I think that men are taught to be builders and women find power in destruction. Whether it's AB, whether it's breaking up a relationship or a marriage, whether it's separating a child, putting a child on punishment, telling a man no or whatever, she finds power in what she feels that power is. When power is really a service to build and to grow, not to destroy. So yes, being safe is better than feeling safe.
Okay, nice.
I want to say something towards that. Like, sometimes you can, like, somebody, like, say I'm in a relationship with somebody and I can think like they're safe and they can feel like they're not safe. And in my perspective, they're delusional. But who am I to say that that other person is safe? Because there's different types of safety. There's emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual. Just because that person is physically safe with you, that doesn't mean that they don't feel like that doesn't mean that they're not emotionally unsafe. You know what I
What is
mean?
all this extra stuff? That sounds like a woman thing. But I was about to say,
Well, I'm just trying to tell you. And when I say
I was about to
no,
say,
and I mean that
you
on the
already
man's
done. Don't
part.
come back. Don't come
No,
back. You done.
no, listen, I want to end it like that. And that's not on a woman's part. That could be a man part too, because a man can be
Nah.
safe. No, listen, a man could be physically safe in a relationship, but then he could get emotionally abused. So he doesn't feel safe to open up and to talk to her or
Nah,
even feel
I
like
ain't
he can
feeling
be
safe if I
himself.
can't do that.
No,
That
I'm
Women,
ain't
just trying to
safe to
tell
me.
you. But in her eyes, she might feel like he's safe. He's
you already.
But
delusional.
No,
but in
I'm gonna
my
say.
So
eyes,
it's a matter
She
of
has low
perspective.
logic.
No,
You see
I'm
how
just
the
saying
that's
that's a
not
matter
Let
of
me
logical at
say.
all.
Let me
That's
say
not
my
you
point
s-
real
logical.
quick though. What she just said though, and I would disagree. You said I can't tell somebody that they're safe, but that's why I say you come with all this other stuff that I expect women to say anyways. What about the emotion and all the other stuff? That's an emotional thing already. But I was about to say that yes, you can. If you say if I have my child and I put them in if I see that they're in a locked up spot or whatever, like jail, we can say jail, right? They in their own solitary thing or whatever. I think that's what it's called, whatever. I know that they're safe. I know they're safe in that sense. But all this extra safety stuff, you can't. What about their mind and the way that you already stressing yourself out with this all this extra stuff? The fact is I can flat out say that they are safe in that scenario. I mean that's like little proof. Like that's almost objectively true right there. Unless y'all want to be extreme and say, what about a plane if it crashes into the whatever? I get that, but overall,
let me
yes, it's some things you can actually say that they're safe, and nobody else. The child don't have to recognize that they're not safe. I mean, recognize that they are safe because they can in their book they be like, no, it's going. I'm going through this, and I'm
hey,
getting
hey,
whatever. That's what they feel, and feels are not true all the
ho-
time. So
host, let me ask
and
you a
so,
question. Hey, yo,
but
host,
we
let me
hear
ask
that
you a
all the
question right
time
quick, right?
where we
You hear me,
hear that all
host?
the time where somebody go to their
Host.
parent and be like,
I
hey,
got you in a minute, also.
like
All right.
somebody could go to their parent and be like, hey, I've been through all of these things the way you treated me. And that parent will never say sorry because they'd be like, I fed you, I put a roof over your head, and that's all you needed. So there's different levels of safety based on different types of people. And if emotional, mental, and spiritual safety wasn't a thing, there will be no mental health institutions because that's what it is.
Wait, is that safety or
Can I say
development?
something?
What?
No, I'm just saying that's what
Just
destroys people's.
one second. Also,
That's what
Okay,
destroys people
one second
mental
again.
health
Okay.
is them not
Be-
feeling mentally safe.
no, they were safe. Like what happened in the home that they weren't safe? Please tell me.
Jesus. Okay, host, let me
Go
matter of fact,
ahead.
let me ask. let me ask all men a question, and she proved my point, right? Let's just say you break up with your wife or whatever, and you get a new girlfriend, right? And you pull up or pull off, with a pickup or drop off with your girlfriend, right? Now we talking general, not proximity. What is the first thing that the baby mama in this hypothetical situation is going to say about you pulling up in conclusion with her child? What is she going to say that she feels when you pull up with that new girlfriend with your child?
Cast or cousin, y'all want to snap at that?
She is going to say, I don't feel safe because I don't know this woman. I don't feel safe with this woman or other child, right? Women take victimhood and vulnerability and use it to oppress. If you are a well-read person, much like I am, right, that you know that in history, most of the oppressors or the dictators swear up and down the reason why they're doing these monstrosities is because they're a victim. Think about it. Anytime that you're in any type of altercation with a woman, the reason why she is aggressive, the reason why she's doing, because I feel scared. I'm a victim. Think about it. Most of the oppressors in history will make you believe that they are the victim. Women has used victimhood as a weapon. Women are the new oppressors, right? This is what it is, especially the women that think like that. Now, we're talking about safety. Everybody knows we're talking about general physical safety. And here's a sister, I don't know her personally, well, what about mental safety? What about emotional safety? Now, if we somewhere traveling, right, in a foreign land, and some guy comes up, hello, how are you doing? And punches you in the face, do you want me to ask you, honey, are you mentally safe right now? Or should I attack this guy emotionally? Or would you like me to physically? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, let's not grade the air. And this is the problem when we talk about general safety when it comes to in the family. Because women think of emotions and what they feel is the right thing to do. Right now, I can jump off my third story home and say, you know what? I feel like I should fly. Now, the reality in the situation is now I got the right to jump off my house. Now, should I? I don't know. But if I'm listening to a woman, boy, you have all. If you want to have wings, believe you have wings and fly. She will take me up there. She will help me
I
jump.
agree
She
with
might
you,
just
but what
jump.
you're talking about is manipulation. I agree with you. That is
Oh,
a
Lord
manipulation.
Jesus.
I'm not talking about manipulation, and I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying that sometimes people will, when they say that they don't feel safe, some people, it doesn't matter if we agree or we disagree on why some people do it, but some people, when they say they don't feel safe, a lot of times they are talking about emotional safety. Now,
Okay.
we might disagree with it, and I'm not saying I agree with it or I don't agree with it. I'm just saying that there's people that be based on how different they are from you, they could be talking about different things.
Wait, so all
Let me
these
ask you a
men
That's
question,
all
all
these
sister.
that
Are
I'm
men
you?
locked up
saying.
because of
Are
emotional.
you?
So all these men locked up because the women felt like they was emotionally threatening. Nah, I ain't going for that one. I ain't
No,
going.
but I'm just trying to tell you, you all know, like, okay, I can say it like this, like somebody
Oh, you
can,
blinked out.
like, from where I'm from, when you talk crazy to somebody, that person can feel emotionally unsafe and attack you back, and they can get to the
Emotional
level
safety.
of not feeling, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the reason why a lot of
This.
people defend themselves, like, verbally. That's why a lot of arguments happen. That's why a lot of people explain themselves, because once somebody called them out or labeled them, they feel emotionally unsafe, and then they attack verbally, or they become triggered. People wouldn't be triggered if they felt safe emotionally. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying I agree with
Can I
it
ask
or
you a
I
question,
disagree
sister?
with it. I'm just
But
saying,
before
like,
you ask that question, I want to
some people are
get
wired
Cass.
differently. They wire differently, and that doesn't mean that I agree or I don't agree. It's just facts.
Yeah, I want to get so now I want to get Cass, and I want to see what Cuz. I'm curious. I know Cousin gonna put his hand up too. I was getting y'all ready to. I was saying that. So Cass, what you got for me, and then Cousins. Then we go right back.
Yeah, that's why I was asked. Thank you, Kev. But that's why I was asking earlier about the responsibility of the safety when it falls on an adult, because safety is subjective, if that's what we're going with. But we know for a fact all of those feelings and those emotions, those are all temporary, and those are things that's very personal, and the individual is going to know of the disruption or know of the feeling before any and everyone else. So we as outsiders, we can't really do much with that. The person who's going through that has to take an account for those changes and communicate to everyone else however they're going to do it, whether verbally or non-verbally, and then do something to ensure their safety at the moment, as opposed to having some form of meltdown and then wanting everybody else to now respond to that, right? And the other thing I just seen a unalive bear. Cool. Well, not cool.
Wow.
Anyway,
Was
the
it Winnie
other
the
thing,
Pooh?
He's not safe.
Was it Winnie the Pooh?
yeah, that bear ain't safe. I'm safe, thank the Lord, but that bear ain't safe. But what I was going to ask, and I think we getting into it now too, but I had the disruption before with the service and everything. Are people who don't take their safety into their own hands, are those people burdensome to the community at large?
There are big
Ooh.
liabilities.
No wonder that service
And
got nervous on that second
But
one.
we
They ain't want
can't
to hear
pretend
that.
like it.
yeah. You see, right?
But we can't pretend like
You
it
s-
don't exist. It exists, and that's
But
all that
hold
I'm
on one
pointing
second,
out.
ma'am. Hold on one second, ma'am. Because everybody has that, right? Everybody has their feelings. Everybody has that. I can't do nothing. I'm still going to go through things just as a person, while also is going to go through things. Kev, Rachel, War, Cousin, we all going to go through things, right? So, but all of the things we're going to go through, if we're not dealing with something collectively, we're going to have individual things. Plus, even if it is collectively, Cousins he may be okay, but Rachel is not, right? So she may require a more of a therapeutic hand from everybody else, but Cousins is good. He's pretty much all right, and he can tend to himself. But it's draining of resources if there's individuals who constantly put themselves in situations by saying, well, I can't. And I think what really does need to happen is just like what an insurance company will say, no, well, listen, your premium is going to have to go up because you're accident prone. You're
Right.
unsafe prone. And even when we sit down and have a good talk with you and hear what it is that you say and you cry your eyes out, you're going to go right back there tomorrow, just like what Kev was saying. So it's time we're going to say, you know what? The group has to move on without you until you get your stuff together, and then you
Right.
come back to the flock.
And I understand that, and I'm not saying that I don't agree. I'm just saying, like, we have to understand, like, this exists. And when somebody does say that, regardless if we feel like they're right or wrong, you have to understand, like, we're not talking about a group of people. We're talking about your person, the person you're in a relationship with. So if your person is saying that they don't feel safe and you feel like they're physically safe, you have to understand why they don't feel safe. Is it because you're verbally abusive, mentally abusive, or is it because they got something mental going on that has nothing to do with you? You have to understand the problem before you could fix the problem, but pretending like the problem don't exist, that's not going to solve the problem. And thinking that you're just going to put everybody who feels that way in a trash can because they're burdensome to deal with, that's not going to fix the problem. We got to
I,
acknowledge that a problem happened and understand where the problem is coming from, and then you have a solution. Can you move forward with this person? Can both of y'all take steps to grow? Can one of y'all get help? Do both of y'all need help? And then you go from there. That's the solution.
hey, based off all your answers, I could tell you just team feel safe. Like everything is based
Yeah,
off
for
feel.
real.
But
Hey,
I can tell off that one though.
yo,
But
for real. She
I
I'm
team
think
not
feel
team
safe.
feel
no,
safe. You
no,
got to
No, the
no,
understand
no,
host
no,
is
no, no, no,
talking.
no,
The
mental
host is
health.
talking. The
You
host is
got to
talking.
understand.
stop.
You have to
The host
understand.
is
I'm
talking.
just
I have
The
summing
a
it
host
up.
is talking.
I
I'm
have
The
a
host
just
is
degree
summing
talking.
in
it.
mental
The
health,
host is
so
I
talking.
that's
know
what.
The host
that,
is
and that's
talking.
still a feeling, so it don't matter.
Yeah.
But I'm
Hey,
just saying, like
listen.
all your examples, I noticed it's around feeling. Even if you saying mental and all that, those are still a feeling, right? It's a difference between like we use examples of actually being safe. That ain't got nothing. That's nothing subject,
Yeah.
and that's all. That's the only thing I did disagree with. Well,
And the
I ain't gonna say
only
disagree with.
reason
Hold on. The
why,
host is
and the
talking.
only
The host
reason
is talking.
why,
Dang.
The host is talking.
listen, the only
Chill.
reason
The
why
host
I'm
is talking. The
answering.
host is
Sorry.
talking. Hey,
But no. I mean, you said you let it cook. You stuck your chest out. I get you. I mean, you ain't got to go back on what you believe. I was just summing it up for what I believe and what I'm hearing. I just believe that's more. Everything you done came out with your mouth was more feel than be. But I want to get Cousins in because he had something, and then y'all can open panel it all up. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cousins had his hand up. I got to make sure he go. So
Yeah. So first of all, I mean, I think I agree. I think from the standpoint of things are what they are, the being is always more important than the feeling. But just to be transparent in the conversation, we were talking about all the areas of safety. So just so we know that, like, I agree with the brother's point, but we were talking about being emotionally safe as well. So while I agree with his point from the physical standpoint, I think the reason why in the conversation why I went there is because this whole time we've been talking, it's been all aspects of safety, even financially, even physically, even emotionally, even mentally. So we were kind of touching on each individual, all of these different aspects. So that's probably why, or at least part of the reason why she was on the mental health portion of it. So just so y'all know that, like, it just wasn't physically safe. It was everything that we've been talking about. So, I mean, if we want to get into that conversation, then we can. But
brother, we get that, brother. We totally get that, right? But the point is that you missing and that the sister's missing is this: feeling safe. Y'all assumed we were just talking physical. We saying that feeling safe is not better than being safe. Now, let me just use the sister's mental, right? Let's just say that you're speaking to your girl about what she's doing wrong, right? You're correcting her about something that she needs to correct. She can reply, I don't feel safe speaking to you. Yes, listen, you can feel safe. You're safe speaking to me. What you don't like is the fact that I'm correcting you. What you don't like is the fact that I'm not agreeing with you. So it's not about this is why feelings, just flutter up and down. But I feel I can keep it real with y'all. And I'm in private security, right? And this is a great example, is that and I was contracted to a Christmas party or whatever that it ended at 3 a.m., right? And there was a sister there, right? Mulatto sister, mixed race sister, whatever. And she was just starting a lot of trouble, in and out of the door, going, whatever. So it's like 3:20. I'm just sitting there, and she's having this argument with this guy. And they're just standing in the doorway. I'm not saying nothing. They're drunk or whatever. And he goes to call her out her name, right? Now, this is what this sister does. She looks at me, sees me, know that I'm there to protect. And in her mind, I'm assuming that she says, I feel safe, right? So she goes and slaps the guy. The guy looks at me, the guy looks at me and looks at and see what I'm gonna do. I continue to sit there in the chair because I'm only contracted to 3 a.m. It is now 3:21, right? So she slaps the guy. He pushes her, looks back at me, and sees my reaction. I am still sitting there. It is still 3:21. Then she slaps him again, and he goes to toss her around like a pillow. Now, I'm pretty sure she realized that she messed up, but she felt safe. You see what I'm saying?
no, I
Now,
see.
you see what I'm saying? She felt safe. She was like, yo, I'm about to hit this dude, and this security guy is going to protect me. She felt that way. Now, was she? No, she wasn't. She got the accountability that she asked for. You see what I'm saying? So just because you feel something don't make it true, whether it's mentally, emotionally, financially, or not. And we really talking about the underlying issue. A lot of women don't like to be corrected. A lot of women don't like consequence. A lot of women don't like accountability. They want to be valued. They want to be praised simply because they women. This is the same mindset that says wiping noses of children is the equivalent of a man working 12 hours a day. Huh? What are you talking about here? These are the same people that say, I'll make a house a home. It was a home when I brought it. What are you talking about?
Hey, you
You
know,
know what
I
I mean?
like
Look,
that we made
I
you
don't.
feel safe enough to tell your story. See, there we go.
You know what, brother? Thank
We proving the topic. See, you see
I
what I'm
do.
saying?
See? Now
Listen,
y'all playing.
But that was a good
but
example, though. I like that, though.
No, but
You
okay,
know,
so
let
the
me just say
reason
this
why I've
though,
been
you allow me to. No,
because
excuse me. You're not making me feel emotionally safe. This is not a safe space, ma'am. Go
So
ahead on
now,
and
so,
finish.
but
okay, see now you
no, we
playing.
got you. But like I was saying, like we did actually talk about that earlier. So that's. I mean, like I said, I understand your point. You know what I mean? I totally do. I was just trying to bring it back full circle so that we all get the understanding. But you know, I do believe, and like I said, the bottom line is, yeah, being safe is the most important. But I do think that in relationships in general, if you don't have a certain feeling, quote unquote, of safety, it will damage your relationship, no matter how safe you actually are or not.
I can see
So,
that.
huh?
I said, I believe it. I agree.
Right. So that's all it is. I'm not saying that any of these points are incorrect, right? I'm just saying that there's other parts if we really want to get into this conversation because it got layers, and I think that especially when as men we can say all day long, listen, I got you. This is what it is, and you need to deal with that. But most women, and if you're dealing with women, you're gonna have to understand that at some point there's gonna have to be some understanding of those quote unquote feelings. You know what I mean? And we're
we
gonna have to deal
understand
with
those
them. And
feelings. We
so,
just
you know what I'm
realize.
saying? But
Yeah.
yeah,
But
go
you know
ahead.
what, brother? I want to tell you something. I have a phobia of light skinned brothers, and I don't feel safe on this panel. So are you gonna drop down?
This guy.
No, I'm
Okay,
saying, I don't
see
feel
now you
safe.
Devon's
playing
phobia.
also.
He got
No,
Devon's phobia.
Hold on,
what?
I
I
actually
don't
got a
feel
question for
safe.
y'all though. Since
That,
we get to that, how do you help somebody feel safe? Let's talk about that then.
see, this is the thing,
Get
brother.
away
You
A
have
from
to
him.
lot of
know them.
people, a lot of people use that as a cop out for a lack of accountability. I don't feel
Mm.
safe. I don't feel heard. What it is that you're not agreeing with me and you're not validating my bulls. That's basically. Let's just be real about the conversation. A lot of listen, women are the most protected creatures on this world. This is why they feel that they're unsafe because they're most protected in anything they do. Right now, I can go out here and unalive somebody, and they say this big black man unalive somebody. You know what he do? A woman does it. She was just emotional.
Mm.
She. It's just hard out here being a woman. Oh my God! Just give her 2 years.
Damn, do
Look.
you hate women? Sheesh, you're
See, you
condescending as
see, you
fuck.
see, you see. Point
God.
proven.
Can you tell
Point.
the story without
Listen.
the extras?
Point proven. Point.
Can you tell the
Checkmate.
story without the extras? Because I'm never a
Checkmate. I
person.
want.
I don't
Why they
shy away
skipping
from
us?
accountability. I don't shy away from any of that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what
Point
it is with
proven.
that. But
Do
you
you
with the
hate women?
tones, with the funny shit, like it's not
Do you
funny.
hate women?
Yeah, do you hate women? Do you
Do you hate
the
women?
woman
Point
sex?
proven.
Yes, the lady with vagina and boobs. Do you hate
Point
them?
proven.
What point? What point besides
Point
you in the
proven.
heat? You the leader of the He-Man Woman Hater Club. Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
Point proven. We talking about accountability in adulthood. Do you hate women? You prove my point.
You're condescending as fuck. Who can even respect your
Okay.
views?
Can you spell condescending?
Can your mom?
Can your daddy? Did you meet him?
My mom and dad are married, sir. I
Oh,
know them
okay.
both.
All right then. All right. You see how we go back and forth like this?
Yeah, you see,
Point
it's
proven.
nice, ain't it? Point proven. Because look
Point
at you
proven.
being just as emotional, going back and forth with
Point
me.
emotional. I'm having fun. I'm laughing now.
You're laughing. No one can see that though.
Okay.
So yeah. All right. Let's get Florida in. That was interesting. What's up, Florida?
What they do?
How you feeling, man?
I'm good. I'm good.
Hope you feel safe after that. But what you got on the topic?
Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? I think it's better for them to be safe. The feeling part, that shit can come later.
Mm, what are examples?
Uh, shit. For the feeling safe, that shit ain't gonna do nothing if you really ain't safe. The illusion ain't gonna last forever.
Do you believe some people extend their illusions?
Uh, you could try, but you know, After a while, you're gonna have to prove it.
Hmm.
Oh shit, that's just part of life. You can't wear the facade forever. At some point in time, you're gonna have to test it.
Yeah. So here you go. I got another thing. Then I just thought about it. Remember that question I asked y'all. How can y'all make a person feel? Because I hear this, and that's the reason why I use women in that. Because women mostly do that. Just like we're gonna get to that man eventually. But it's just getting deep on the woman stuff right now, right? Oh, because women do use the term. I am not. I need a man to make me feel safe. So they say, and I'm trying to see like what can a man do to make a woman feel safe? Like they have it, or do they even help a man help them feel safe, or is it a mind reading thing, or so what is this? I can only be me until I can be more feminine when a man make me feel safe, or so many different things women hold off on before they can feel safe, or this a man can make them feel something. So that's what I'm trying to get to about it. What can a man do? I heard somebody say you got to get to know them, but then uh even with that, like how do they that even happen? Like, is it about are you helping them get to know you, or is it a self-observation that they gotta yeah, so that's what I want to really get to on this though. So open panel.
If that was me, I said get away from them. I didn't say get into it. I don't know. Somebody else said it, but I said get away from them. But I was going to say something too, and I think it ties into what you putting out there, Kev. The thing too about the people who feel like this so often, a lot of that is guilt, man. They do a lot of messed up stuff, and they're expecting it to happen to them because they know how they treat people. They know how they deal with people. They know that they're very uneasy. They know that they're misfits. They know that they're very argumentative with people. And I'm not just talking about women. I'm talking about the people who are just constantly, there's just like some level of paranoia. And they're also like, they're faithless people. So there's no sense of security in anything of what they do. And it's like they want the confirmation email about every single thing of what it is that you're doing, even in personal life, because they're just not about what they say. And it's very difficult to find community with individuals like that and to work on any form of level because over the fact that they're constant, it's like they look to cause their own chaos so possibly they could be the hero. You get what I'm saying? And those people will never be. They're uncomfortable in their own skin, is what I'm getting at. And those people, it's really difficult dealing with people like that. So I don't know how in that position where they feel that way, if they haven't learned yet what it is that corruption of their safety, what called breach and their safety mechanisms, if they don't know it and they can't articulate it, I'm not going to burden myself with trying to figure it out. I'm going to let them know you take two of these and call me in the morning.
I like that. I like that. Hold up. So I guess the question for the woman: do y'all get y'all man to guess to figure or help? I guess because the thing was said, figure her out or figure out how to make her safe or something like that. Is safety really a game, like a guessing game? That's what it sounds like. You need to figure out how to make me feel safe, or are y'all really helping men? Help you feel safe. So yeah, don't all go at once.
I advise y'all, if y'all gotta you doing get some shit, okay, you
Bloody
gotta
your
grow.
stuff breaking up.
Enough to do.
Can you ask the
Hey,
question again?
hey, Kev,
Oh,
real quick. I got to drop down. So if you need some room to pull somebody up, you can go on and
I
do
don't
that.
feel safe. He's leaving. So no.
Well,
Thank
All
you,
right,
yeah,
for sure.
cousin. You
I don't want to make
understood.
also feel too safe. I mean, I'm gonna stop. So I'm gonna go ahead on
For
and
sure, for sure. I appreciate you, man.
for me, all
I'll
good.
probably see you later if you come through again. I'll be on.
For sure.
For sure.
Y'all have a good one, man. Be safe out there.
All
No
right.
pun
Be
intended.
safe. Right, be safe. I think I choose to
All
feel
right.
safe.
Be
All right.
dangerous.
I know, right? All right, y'all.
All right, I'll drop you.
dude.
All right. What y'all got?
Can you repeat the question?
So I was saying, I say it all over again. I hear women like that's the reason why I based it on women with that one, because just like men always use the P my B on peace, but we're gonna eventually get to that, right? So women like to say, I need to be around a man that makes me feel safe, and that way I can, be myself, and I can stop being masculine so much, and I can, So it seems like they wait on men for them to have these features, I guess, or whatever, or whatever. So I want to see if the same woman that says this, or just women in general, that how do you feel about, is the women helping the men help them or figure out how to help them be safe, or is they getting them to guess it? Is that the man's job to figure that out? And that's what I want to know.
I say exactly what I need, exactly what I want, because what I don't need is you misinterpreting, and now I feel like I got to cuss you out. So
Yeah.
I don't understand the whole guessing game thing. No one is a mind reader. And same goes for them. I expect you to say what it is you need,
Okay.
say what it is you want, because the guessing game will get you nowhere. And
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. So War, yes, you fell for my trap.
Oh my gosh.
How can a man make you feel safe?
Well, I don't know if I really want to divulge that here, but I feel like I would tell
What?
him what I needed. I feel like I would in my relationship, I would tell my man what I needed to feel safe. No, it's not just monetary, but it's a lot of everything. I need you to be there for me spiritually. Say I want to get back into church. Are you willing to go to church with me? Or at least help me shop around for a good church. Maybe you don't have to go. I can't force you to go, but support in that. I would have to assume we're paying bills together is that as well. I mean, I don't know how else to really give more examples.
I get you.
You won't
And
correctly
do you
answer a
believe that
question.
safety is do you believe that safety is so subjective because it's based off of each person's insecurities?
Say that again. Say that again.
Do you believe because it seems like it's a subjective thing, because I don't think the same thing that you want as a woman is the same thing that Sugar probably might want, or my
Correct,
baby
because there are some women
So
who want you just to throw the bag. They don't care about the emotions. 'Cause they'll cry in the bins. They'll cry in Dubai. So like, it's definitely
Yeah.
subjective to people. I feel
That's what I'm
like
saying. It's rooted
definitely.
in insecurities, though, like depending on what
Oh.
traumas happen in people's life, what things they haven't healed
It
from.
could be. Say you got
Okay,
mommy
I
or
can
daddy
see that.
issues. It might force people to deal with extra nonsense they really don't want to deal with, or it might force them to sit in toxic situations with you instead of working past it to move on. They kind of just allow you to be that way.
Mommy and daddy. So you said mommy and daddy
Listen to
issues.
feel
Like,
what you
how
want.
do that correlate with them feeling safe?
That was just an example I first thought of. Having mommy daddy issues and then being an adult and getting in a relationship and expecting that man to act like your dad, or expecting that woman to be your mom and just do everything for you, in a sense, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay, I see you talking about the way they grew up, basically
Affecting how
determined
they
their
are as
safety and
adults.
what
So
they
I'm guessing
felt
if they
safe.
didn't do the work, maybe
Oh,
that's it.
okay. Michael, I seen you've been trying to squeeze in. I don't know.
What a
If you noticed, I didn't know if you noticed
good.
people was talking at the same time, but hey, it is what it is. I
Oh,
feel
I
safe.
apologize.
What you got, Michael? What you got for me, my brother?
To be safe is like, within yourself. And it's hard to pit that on somebody else to make you feel safe. And women, and I ain't trying to be a dick, I'm just gonna be real. Y'all don't answer questions. As what just happened, you were asking a question, she didn't answer it.
Ooh. Everybody a little whoop today.
Like, just don't answer
What was the
questions.
question? What did I miss? Because I didn't mean to miss it if I did.
It's
What was the question?
a different circumference of actual direct, like a direct answer.
What was it?
What was the question?
Oh, might be drunk.
The question is right there. The big box. The question's right there.
You had something on your mind, Michael, didn't you? You already had a narrative in your mind already, because you can't even answer the question. You don't even know what she's supposed to have answered.
I did,
So
actually.
Is that it right there?
Yeah, in the big box. Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe?
I answered that question over an hour ago, sir. Please.
Okay. you didn't correct. I mean, you
How you gonna
didn't
tell me what I did or
correctly.
did not do
Yes or no?
correctly?
Yes or no? Which
Fuck
one?
no. No. Hell no. Fuck no.
Yeah. See,
Because
that's my
nothing you're
point.
saying is
They want to
making
go
sense.
war with the panda.
And y'all picking the wrong one to do it with. Fuck y'all talking about.
I ain't scared.
No one
Shoot,
Boo
told you to
boo.
be scared. What the hell are you even talking about right now? I asked you to tell me the question. You picked up a question I answered 4 and 5 topics ago. We done ran through so many topics. Bouncing back to that, I done forgot what the hell I said. By now, boy, stop talking to me.
Of course you did. You proved my point.
You have no point. Literally, there's no
No,
point to
you just
prove.
said you forgot. Correct.
Because I'm dealing with your ass. Yeah, I done forgot a whole lot. Like how to stop cussing on these
I
people
have
live.
that
That's how to
effect
be
on
respectful for
women.
their live, but you pissing me
I
off.
hear you, boo boo. Yeah.
Hey, War, let me ask you this. How is a that we can clearly see that don't have it right now pissing you off?
Just know what? My patience is a little short today. It is. I'll
Of
admit it.
course.
So why would
That's my
you
point.
engage? Hello?
You're right. That's why look. I have to. My patience is short today, and that's why I engaged. I
I think
guess.
I'll give it to you. You know, I'm gonna give you the grace on that because you did just went through the last night. Yeah, I can see that. It's like, dang, everybody going for me. What's going on? So I can feel that. I can get that. So I feel you. I feel you, War. Florida,
Hey,
like you was
Panda.
trying to say something. Hold up, Michael. I got something for you. Hold up, give me a second, real quick.
All right.
All right,
I
go ahead.
wanted to ask Panda
Go
a
for it.
question. Does seeing a man crash out, do that give you a certain type of safety?
Safety?
Yeah,
No, because if you
crashing out for you.
crashing out for me, not necessarily. Because if you're crashing out for me, at what point do you like retract and calm down? Like I need you to have some sort of control with that crash out.
Okay.
I
No, you.
think that's a good question, Florida, because
My
some women feel that.
that's my exact reason for asking that, right? Because I done been on
Mhm.
2 separate panels today, and one of the panels, the women, they were talking about how black men should just like crash out for like for random women, and then on the other panel, the other women, they were like, nah, you shouldn't be crashing out for women and shit like that. You should use logic and think before you get into the certain situations and shit like that. So now that this situation came up again, this is like the third time it came up. So I'm just trying to see something. That's all.
Nice. Yeah, War ain't
Nah,
one of those. He be
if
around
you
us too much.
if you crash out 110%, there's a chance you are blacking out. So you don't recognize the people you see. You don't recognize where you at. You're gonna wake up in a jail cell, and that ain't no shit I'm trying to. That's not a phone call I want. It ain't no shit I'm trying to see. And if I'm in a situation where people I don't know, that's not a situation I want to put them in. That's something I had to grow up actually and learn. Being in college, I was reckless. I say what I want, I mean I still kind of do, but I'm not afraid to do it in your face either. So I said what I want to who I want, and I had to recognize when I got older, like, bro, it's gonna be a nigga, because that's who it's gonna be. Who gonna send your fronts flying to the back of your throat, and what you gonna do? Like, what actually can you do about that? Same reason, like the whole, putting your hands on your partner and stuff. I've admitted
Yeah.
I've been a person that have done that before, but I had to realize, I said, and I've admitted that to y'all, and I had to say to myself, do you actually, he's not actually fighting you? Do you want him to actually fight you? No, I don't think I really want that. Nigga tall as hell, he kind of huge. I'm kind of like 5'5" only, I'm not really gonna get far with that. That's a conversation I had within myself, because I didn't need nobody else to tell me to keep your hands to yourself. That's common sense. Like,
So
so
so so check
no.
it. I was posed with the question from a female that if she was to call me and say that a man just slapped her while she was at a restaurant with her friends, what should I do? And I'm asking her like, what's the logical situation for me? Like, if you call me and tell me that, right, and I pull up and I confront this man or whatever the case may be, like, how you think that's gonna go? Like, what you really want me to do? You want me to pull up and beat him up, or you really want me to pull up and do something? Do something. You know what I'm saying?
See,
Like,
mm-mm. Because you got to think about now it's premeditated. So if you
right.
were already there with her and he did it and you just popped him, okay, they can argue
Listen,
it happened
that
in the
that was,
moment.
listen. What you just said right there, I said that to her. Now, if I was there, it'd be a different situation because I'm already
Right.
there. But you calling me and you want me to come pull up on the situation. Now you putting him in the right to part me.
Not to mention
Let's
that's
just
depending on how many y'all there, that's considered mob activity. If it's so many of y'all against one, learned that in college too. If
right.
it's
And I'm
more than
in
two people
Florida,
fighting,
so
it's a problem.
this is stand your ground state. So me pulling up on somebody aggressively, that give him the right.
that get him the right to protect himself, because all he knew was that he was arguing with some lady. Now some black man came out of nowhere. I don't know. You got to think with some of that, like the reckless anger. We're too old for that now. Like, I mean, it was dangerous when I was young and in college, but I mean, like now as a 33-year-old woman with 2 kids, the reckless anger has to stop because I have kids. I got bills in a card note that they be trying to steal my car for if I don't pay. So like, it's I don't know the recklessness behind the crash out. I can understand it happening in certain situations because certain situations be heavy, especially if your family or your kids is around. But just to not think about the situation and where you are and your skin color, that's kind of wild to me. You have to think
Right.
about something.
So I think the first group of girls, they was more so like if you out as a man and you see a man and a female getting into it, we should just automatically intervene, not knowing the backstory of what happened, just jump in the situation and intervene. And most men was like, nah, I wouldn't jump in it. I call the police or something like that, but I wouldn't just necessarily jump in it and intervene because I got to make it home to my own family. And in their mind, they telling the men like, well, oh, you a pussy. You not a real man, this, that, and the other.
No, I can't do that either. And that's something actually I learned from my dad. Me and my mom and I are from Oklahoma. The first time she saw she was ready to get active, and she grabbed my dad like, "Hey, he's in Chicago, Illinois. You mind your business, and what you walk into, and you don't know who's watching them. So whoever's watching them gonna see you approaching, and now you have a problem. You don't know them, you can't get involved. So my morals and how I feel about it, I can feel bad that she getting her face stomped in, but I don't know what happened. I don't know them, so the best I can do is call the cops. The best I can do is call the cops for you because no, I'm not finna go to jail for you. He's not finna stomp my face in. I don't even know y'all. Now, if we are together, this is my friend, we're possibly gonna be fighting together, then oh, that's a different story. But a random on the street, I can't allow my black man to go to jail for that. I can allow him to call the cops. You know what I mean? Like I only expect him to get involved like that on a random for the family, for people you know. Oh my God, I saw my cousin and this is what was happening. Somebody gave me a call about my kid and I ran down the street and that's what was happening. Okay, but just a random. Think about what's gonna happen to you when you go to jail, and then depending on what state you in and what area you in, boy, no, I'm not going to jail. I'm not. No, we gotta think first. We're not young no more. We gotta think first.
Right.
All right, y'all.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Mm-hmm. I about to say I want to run through this prompt because I'm about to do another reset song because I'm gonna do another prompt. So let's get on the man now. How can you be a man's peace? Or let me see. I put it in a way for men. How can women be your peace, man? So that's just 2 ways of putting that one. Start with Pharaoh. I haven't heard from him. You did, Pharaoh? We got that one bar. All right, Panda, what you got for me?
How can you be a man's peace?
Yep.
I think you have to know your man to be his peace, or everything you do gonna irritate the hell out of him. So if you don't know he's a person that, say after a disagreement, he needs to take a minute to himself, and you try to force the conversation right there, that's not being his peace, because that's something simple to recognize. You've had arguments before, so why not recognize the pattern and maybe give him that time to. Yeah, go ahead. Oh crap, I forgot my point. I don't know. I just think you gotta know your person. Like simple stuff. Knowing they don't like cheese on their hamburgers and not checking the food before you come home. So now they got home and you got a cheeseburger instead of a hamburger. Now you sitting there salty and y'all probably about to argue. And I feel like that's part of being someone's peace. I don't think it's that deep. I think it's being considerate. Oh, there we go. I think being someone's peace is just being considerate in a sense. Like knowing your person, knowing they likes, knowing they wants, knowing their needs. Maybe they got a few issues and you can be there for them. I don't know. If you choose to do that, that's on you or whatever.
Nice. Okay, we know
Oh,
you
my bad. I
home.
was done, yeah.
We know you home. Heard them keys jingling. All right, Cass, what you got for me?
Running out of here.
say be in a place of security. In your heart, you got a place of trust, a trustworthy individual as a woman that's going to bring peace to a man, being a comforting person, having some form of de-escalation tactics, uh, staying away. I don't know what's the being of it, but if you could respond well to frantic situations, giving yourself much time. You don't need all the time in the world, but at least knowing not to just go for every single shiny object that you see, to introduce like just some mayhem to a situation that may already be unraveling, to know that you got to huddle up to get to things, and then read in the room and looking to see how you can make a situation better. If you see let's say your husband I'm not gonna say under duress, that's a little bit extreme, but if you could just basically check his body temperature and see, okay, I see a couple things going on. Let me step in and take care of this one particular thing, or let him know we can do that later, or adjust the schedule that we might have had because he clearly got held up due to some other responsibility. So let's try to make it a little bit easier instead of adding something else on top of it. You're being considerate. So I'm gonna say those things.
Is Pharaoh back? Try him again. Pharaoh, you back? Oh, let's go sugar.
Okay, so I want to say this. All these questions is emotional questions, but I'm going to give you what you want, a logical answer.
I like what you did right there. Hold on, I got something for you. Hold on.
I had to say that first.
Nice, I like
Amen.
it.
Hallelujah.
That's what I mess with you,
Hallelujah. Yep.
Miss Sugar. I mess
I
with
know. So, how can you be a man's peace? I feel like that's not something you could teach. That's not like they say, that's not on you, that's in you. And I feel like when it comes to that situation, that's something that flows naturally. That's not something you taught. Either you know how to do it or you don't. Because if you teach it, you got to micro manage every single situation because, everybody ain't got common sense. So it's like, if you care about her safety, she gonna care about your peace. That's just how it go. Like, if you are dismissive of her safety, she gonna be dismissive of your peace. Y'all gotta work that out together. That's something that two people gotta work on together. And when y'all work on it together and y'all do what y'all supposed to be doing, all of that stuff is gonna flow naturally. It's not something you could teach.
All right, y'all thought I was gone. Ha. Now I'm under Rachel. All right, so
Whoa.
real quick.
Your under me is crazy.
All right. Florida boy, what you got for me?
Hold on. I just walked in the house with my headache. My piece.
Just walked in the house with his piece.
Oh,
Who didn't get to go?
Well, Florida.
Is it me? Oh, Pharaoh. Go ahead, Pharaoh. Oh no, but Pharaoh got that one bar. He might not even be here.
Tearing him up, or he just doing.
Are you still here, Pharaoh?
That boy did his last laugh or something.
La. All right. Well, then I guess I'll answer. I never even got to answer the first one, but y'all already did that one. They already did good. How can you be a man's peace? Like, I think Panda, to me, had the best answer, is really learning your man. Learn what brings them peace. You know what I'm saying? Because it's different for everybody. And I mean, of course, there's basic things that everybody, I think, as human beings, brings peace. But specifically for your man, you have to know him. You have to prevent. That is literally, that is what I do. Like, I already know exactly what he needs when he needs it. He literally doesn't even have to communicate a thing. So, yeah, learn your man. That's it.
Okay.
I agree
Yeah,
with that
so
wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Cass.
there you go. That was good. That was good. That was good. I'm gonna run upstairs.
I'm gonna give myself a clap.
The clap gonna be late because I'm gonna run upstairs and do it, but I can't do it right now. So Florida have it. So there you go. He welcome back.
Yeah, I'm here.
What you got for me? How do a woman be your piece?
My girl might say I'm a little complicated. She right here, and we like.
At least she knows. That's half the battle. Knowing who you're dealing with.
Yep.
Dang, he might have got a phone call. Open phone.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know
he
y'all
did.
couldn't hear. My shit was going dead. The little notification came up, but she say she just know me, so she know like I like it like quiet when we watch the TV. Like that's my definition of like us spending time together. Like I'm a TV person, so she know I like TV. So when we having like TV time shit, that's what I want, her undivided attention. Like I don't want you on the phone. I want you watching TV with me. Shit. Go chill or something while I cook for us or shit like that. Like, shit. My girl pregnant right now, so my thing right now is like catering to her. Shit, making sure she's straight.
And a good 10-piece of wings do you good too. So.
Oh yeah,
Congratulations.
she know I like chicken. Like she just say shit. A good 10-piece get me out the way. Just the small shit. I ain't like no complicated person.
That's nice.
Yeah, 10-piecer. Okay.
Congratulations on finding your piece.
There you go.
Well, I mean,
Thank you,
already
thank you.
had your piece.
All right. I'm gonna lose my piece if Pharaoh don't come back. He's holding us up. All right. So until then, yeah, because I'm trying to get off this topic so I can refresh it and die down. And I'm gonna come back with something different. Okay, let's get to the next one then. This the one, this juicy one. Let's start with War Panda. Is it better to love or be happy?
Is it better to love or be happy?
Yeah.
You mean to be loved?
No.
So you mean to love people? Like to love people over happiness?
Love or be happy.
I think it's best to be happy because if you're happy, you probably do love some people. So I don't know. If you just, I don't get how there can be one without the other. Like I don't get how there can be love with no happiness or happiness with no love.
They say love a fleeting emotion.
Two different emotions, but I love
It is.
That proves my point. People look view happiness as love. I love that you did that though. I love it.
I don't heard older people say.
I'm trying to figure it out.
It made me happy too.
I done heard older people say once the love gone, all you got left is the happiness, the happiness that you get some days, and that's what keep the relationship together. The
I say the
happiness.
opposite though, and I love that y'all opening your mouths right now with this one.
Cause we ain't gonna love each other
Happiness
forever.
love can be there.
Shit, Michelle said she hated Obama for 10 years of their marriage. Now they
That
back to
sounds
the.
insufferable.
Now we back to the happiness shit.
So is it based on just having like a rough patch that lasts a certain amount of time? I guess that's the whole point of when you get married, to do the work, to choose the love every day.
Love from a different distance.
Yeah, that means breaking up and going about your business, don't it?
Yeah, right. So that don't mean you don't love them no more. You might not be happy with them.
It really be sounding like people just be really more so like, I'm used to you, so it ain't really no use to starting over.
Yeah.
Like I know your bullshit, you know my bullshit.
You be happy though, right?
Like we might not love each other no more, but fuck it. At this point, and depending on how old we is, fuck it. Just go in your room and I go in my room, and we just gonna keep it like this.
What make y'all?
You see a lot of relationships like that on, I feel like, old TV shows, like when they refer to their wife as the old ball and chain, or they make it seem like they hate their wives. That is part of the reason I fear marriage a little bit, because I don't want to turn around and be 70 and this nigga calling me a ball and chain, because boy, I'll show you a ball and chain at good 70.
I think that's more so like locker room talk amongst men though.
But how I interpret it, it seemed like every man felt like that. So I figured by the time y'all get to a certain age, everybody hates everyone.
It's one of those things like okay, like if me and my girlfriend, like me and you and your husband, right? So when me like we in front of y'all, we're gonna say, hey, how you doing, my guy, whatever, right? But like if it was just me and him, he'll probably be like, what's up, my nigga, where the hoes at? But he probably ain't really asking where the hoes at. That's just like some shit we say amongst men, and he gonna be like, oh, you got them all. Shit like that.
Okay, I feel that. I think I guess watching a lot of them shows. Well, you know what? If I admit to, a lot of them people weren't black either, because Heathcliff didn't talk like that about Claire. But it was a lot of shows where like these men were referring to their wives as like baggage. Like, well, you know, I'm here. I mean, she cooks, and it's like, God, I don't want to be that to a nigga ever in life. Like that sounds horrible.
Yeah, like the way that I think about it is I feel like respect is most importantly, because I feel like if you respect each other, I feel like the love gonna come, the happiness gonna come, the peace gonna come, the safety gonna come. Because people gonna be in a bad situation, they be like, oh, but I love them. But I be like, but do they respect you? If the answer is no, then there ain't gonna be no love or no happiness or no peace or no safety.
You can't even respect the topic, and you talking about.
I think respect is number one.
Respect the topic then, because they don't see that up there. Like,
That's true.
I literally said love or
but
happiness.
I'm just saying, like, you right, but I don't know. You said that.
I can count on you, sugar.
Rachel said that. Rachel.
I'm under her profile right now.
Oh, you under Rachel profile? Oh, yeah. I didn't know who was talking. I'm like, hold on.
Yeah, that's me. That's wifey. So yeah, I'm glad that you respect that though. But we talking about love and happiness. So which is better? And I love that. This. I think y'all kind of proved my point.
I feel like it's love. It's love. Love is more important.
Okay, and let's explain
why. I feel like I feel like love is the motivating factor. Like if you love somebody, you gonna go that extra mile. Versus if you happy, like you could just be happy and screw everybody. You know what I'm saying?
You can also be happy and decide, you know what? I want to share this happiness. Maybe it's something I can do. I don't know. I think it's better to be happy.
But you ain't gonna share it with somebody you don't love, though. You're gonna share it with somebody you love. So that means the love got be there.
Maybe it's easier to show it to somebody you love.
Come and go. Like happiness is actually an emotion, and emotions only last for days.
They both.
But love is something that love is more of a mood, and that lasts for months, years.
I say this: happiness is safer.
Why I get quiet like that? What happened?
My bad. I was buying chips and salsa before I went to my second job.
Okay, hard worker.
Is it my turn, Al Green?
Go ahead.
Oh, somebody's going with the love and happiness. Yeah, I'm gonna go with love. I'm gonna go with love.
What? Ooh, stepping on every last branch. Go ahead, Cass.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with love because happiness is also very, very temporary, and you don't have to be happy to be in a healthy situation. Meaning you don't have to be happy at every moment. But if you're not in love or love is in danger of falling apart, then that's really, really bad. You don't want that. That's code red. So I'm definitely going to go with that. It's better to be in love because love is basically the boundaries of how y'all operate, right? Whether it's brother to brother, sister to sister, husband to wife, mother to son, right? It's the way, the energy that's there is the love, but the way of how you do it is appropriate for the actual relationship. But love it should be preventing you from doing certain things, and then it should also giving you another platform to do certain things. Because I love Kev, I will do something to someone else, which if it wasn't done to you, I wouldn't have done that. But because of the love, so now it's like it adds a special ability, so to speak. So I'm gonna go with the love. But good one, Al Green. Good one.
Dang, I wanted to do a clap. I'm not in my. I'm be upstairs in a minute though. I want to do my claps. All right, so that was good. I like that. That was good. Hold up, we'll do that. Suppose we can get to that right now. We get close to that.
Snaps.
Yeah. So we almost. So okay, cool. So did everybody else answer? Because otherwise, I'm about to do a reset soon, so I can get this other topic going. Trying to take advantage of all my off days. Y'all gonna be seeing me all this weekend.
Yeah, we might as well reset.
You want to reset? So I would, yeah. So I think you proven not Miley coming up at the last.
Oh wow! There's always someone coming up at
soon as
the last
I'm so
minute.
sorry. I saw this prompt earlier and I was like, okay, good prompt. You know,
He's like, no, not the reset. What's up,
and then now I
Miley?
can finally talk. Hey, Kev. Hey, Rachel.
Hey, boo.
And so I was just like, dang, he about to switch. And I just came back so I can answer this prompt because it was really good. But it's okay. I guess I'll.
I mean, you can answer all of them though.
You
We already
can answer
done.
it.
We done.
It's still 14
Okay.
people here.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that both, okay? And this is because this is how I see your question, Kev, right? I think that being safe is the condition. Feeling safe is the response. So I don't think you can responsibly like prioritize a woman's feeling safe over her being safe because feelings can be like manipulated, but conditions cannot. So safety is objective and like behavioral, if that makes sense. And feeling safe is the subjective. It's like relational. And so, you know, when people say she could feel safe, I think they often excuse behavior that hasn't actually earned that response, right? And so you said give some examples. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, so let's check this out. So let's say in a romantic relationship, right? A man is charming, but he doesn't have accountability. And so what does that look like, right? So let's say he's emotionally expressive, he's affectionate, you know, he's very attentive to her very early on, but like let's say he ignores her boundaries. Like he escalates to this commitment very fast, right? He becomes controlling once she attaches to him. And so it's almost like the conditions was never safe, right? But in the beginning, the way that it was framed, it made her like feel like it was, right? So that's an example. And, you know, and then whenever it comes to that second one, how can you be a man's peace? Okay. So I was actually in a live the other day. I don't know if you know like Austin Higgins and you know the big picture or whatnot, but they actually had a similar thing to this, and I talked about it. And you know, I don't think a lot of people, women, when I talk about women, right? We are very emotional creatures. We know how to express ourselves. We have a lot of words in our vocabulary. But I do think that sometimes we do not have the skills to create a safe space for others, right? Because it takes you to, in order to create this safe space, you got to have skills like empathy. You got to be able to communicate with someone without, you know, feeling attacked or taking it personally, right? You got to be able to take yourself out of that. You have to have those skills to like support. You have to have those skills to, you know, communicate without, you know, invalidating that person. And so I think even though we could be expressive sometimes, we lack the actual skills to support somebody else who is going through something. And that could be either man or woman and vice versa. I just think it just depends on the person. And is it a better to love or be happy? Why? I can't have both. I want both. I want to be loved and I want to be happy too. I think that we have an internal. Look, listen, I agree that internally
We should seek our own peace, our own happiness, our own joy, our own contentment, and all of that. I definitely agree with that. And I think in order for a person to pour into other people, because you often pour into other people what you have inside of yourself. So if you're not peaceful, if you're not happy, if you're aggressive, if you all that, that's all you're gonna pour into somebody else. And so I think that especially in romantic relationships, and especially in love and all of that, then you should already have those things inside of you. Now, I am not a selfish person at the end of the day. And I do believe that when we have selfish people that get into relationships together, it's often about me, and not about the other person or us. And I do feel like part of me being a partner to somebody is that I pour joy and love and happiness. I want him to be happy, just like he wants me to be happy, right? I want him to wake up and not only feel like a man, which I always say the man is the roles and responsibilities, but I also want him to feel like the person that he is, right? And so that it's okay for him, to feel sad sometimes, to feel angry, to be happy, be full of joy. His happiness is just as important as mine, right? And so with that said, I think if you love a person, you want them to be happy. You want them to be content. You want them to have joy in their lives. And you will seek to be that person to do that for them. And so when you have two people in a relationship that feels that way, that are both unselfish, that are giving, that pour all these great things into each other, it's a beautiful thing. And I haven't seen it. It's a beautiful thing. But anyways, I'm going on mute.
Love your answers. I
Right.
love them all. And I have to go. Thank you for having me up, laugh or learn.
Thank you, Sugar Pie.
Sure.
It definitely is a beautiful thing, Millie.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah.
Currently experiencing that right now,
When I tell you, I'm like, we literally prayed that other people can experience what we experience, because dang. It's so different.
Yes, it is, Rachel. And Rachel, I done had conversations with you about my current partner,
Yup, yes, sir.
and all of these things. And it is such an awesome thing, right? And we had a conversation one night, and I said the same thing. I said, I wish and I pray that, other people could feel what it is that, we are experiencing. But I just know that people won't, right? Because there are just certain, it's certain traits a person has to have, right?
Yeah.
And being in a type of relationship like that. And a lot of people do not have those skills. And a lot of people don't know how to nurture or grow those skills and think that, if I'm just me and I exist, then, it's going to work out perfectly if I just find the right person. But a lot of people find the person that they've been looking for and they ruin it.
Yes.
And it's crazy. So it's like you have to learn, and this is another thing. Okay, so with my girls, and it's like the older that I get, the more that I'm learning, and especially learning from being in this relationship, is that it's not enough to teach your children to be good people, right? It's not enough to tell them to watch out for these red flags or these green flags in a person. But it's also about, hey, do you have the skill set to make a successful relationship? And I don't think we talk about that enough. Do people have these skills to do that? Are you passionate? Are you empathetic? Do you have good communication skills? What about conflict resolution skills? What about your repair when something happens? Because I care more about the repair, because we're human. We're going to make mistakes. I have triggers. He has triggers. I don't know what all of his triggers are. He doesn't know what all of mine are. So can we have a conversation? And what does that repair look like? And so it's like we don't talk about those things. And I think that's where we are failing at when it comes to relationships.
That is so true. And you know, when people go on the healing journey, those are the skills they need to be working on.
Right.
Telling you.
And then I want to say this though. I think it's more of a person's job instead of trying to communicate the trigger thing you're talking about. I think it's more important to be observant of it, because a lot of times some people might not be able to communicate what they do, but you can tell through conversation what'll piss somebody off or how they may react or something like that. And I think it's our job to like be observant and know because some people can lie and say, no, this don't really get to me, but when you talk about it, you see how they react to it. So I think that's just come with vetting and understanding your partner. Understanding has got to deal with observation, not just always communication all the time. Oops, excuse me. Understand that burp. Cass, what you got?
Understand.
You got anything? Otherwise, I'm about to do that reset.
Yeah, you could do that great reset, Mr. Biden. But the thing about it is definitely the protection component. Protecting your significant other from certain things. Being thoughtfulness goes a long way. So when you're really concerned and you feel what they feel and you understand what may be getting at them a little bit, so you could just simply rest your hand on them and then talk softly and then address what the situation is. You don't need to embarrass them or put them on the spot or anything like that. You could just say, I got it, baby, and then go ahead and address what the situation is, because you see the circumstances is getting the best of them at the moment. And there could be multiple reasons as to why. So those are like so many things that we can do for one another, that you have somebody who's watching your back. And that's the most amazing thing, to have somebody watching your back, because two is better than one. So what's the point of being there if that person is not being observant? Like, that's extremely selfish to be observant, just not even be considerate, be just selfish, instead of being selfless at moments and stuff like that, not even caring where they're going with things, you didn't even consider and stuff like that. Now, again, people should be able to express themselves as well, so you can understand where they're at the moment, but you're also there. We have senses for a reason, and our senses should be exercised. So those are all good, definitely key components that you want to have to lead to a healthy, long-lasting relationship you can have.
It was some more. They made me think about some other stuff, like the basically like look out for.
Wow.
But dang, that was good. All right, so I'm gonna think about it again. What I was about to say though. But Conscious, what's up, my brother? You got your other? What's your second account or your?
Right now it's my main account. I don't know the password to the other one, so right now I'm just working off this one. I got my, I got my page back.
What the page you? Oh, you got it back. Okay. I was about to say, what was on top? You came in. You came with another account.
Yeah, that was the All or Nothing page. That's a little backer that I've been having, but this really my second page right here. But my first page, I don't know the password to that one.
What you got for me, man? Before I reset.
Where we at on the top part?
All of them. You can do all of them if you want. We got to do a new topic.
All right. Is it better for a woman to feel safe or be safe? Ooh, in today's world, I'm gonna say, from what I be hearing, they would rather feel safe than actually be safe. Like, as long as they got like the image of them being safe, they go feel safe even if they're in a dangerous spot. What are examples? Examples would be, well, look, I'm from the hood. It got a lot of females. If you with a man who got a pum, they go feel safe with him. How can you be? I don't know. I can't be that. Is it better to love or be happy? Ooh, it's better to love or be happy. I'm gonna say, damn. Hold on. It all depends on which side of the fence you fall on. Like, see me, I'm gonna say it's better to be. Well, I want to be loved and happy though. Damn, that's a hard one right there. I'm gonna say be happy.
Yeah,
it's a hard, but look, I'm gonna say be happy because, like, why be happy? Because if you are loved and you're not happy, you ain't go feel the love like how you supposed to. You know what I'm saying? But
I love that you did that. Matter of fact, you just reminded me. Now I gotta get because I think that is our issue today, and I like that you said that. And this
You
going to
know
tap
me,
it.
man. I'm
This
always
go.
come with that, you know.
Yeah,
All
but
talk.
this tap into the average way that people view love. I always said I learned that love is more of a selfless thing and happiness is selfish. So I noticed that people, and this shows right here that it's no different from like the topic itself. Some people don't even some people don't even see love because it don't make them happy, and that's not how that works. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I choose love over happiness because you're not going to always be happy. And if you ever notice that relationships, a lot of them fail because they say I wasn't happy because it didn't work in their favor, or maybe they got checked or called out or whatever. And a lot of times they might have just been this, like even with parents, right? A lot of kids don't because they just want to be happy. Children want to be happy. I think it. Ooh, I don't know. I'm about to. Oh yeah, I'm about to offend some people. I feel like children look for happiness, and adults look for love, and yeah, that's I'm gonna stick with that. Like, hi, yeah, I'm gonna make it burn. Yeah, because like I think when they understand what love really is, it ain't always about being happy. It's about it's about whatever purpose that you have. You know, if you still look, I think if your goal in life is to pursue happiness rather than the actual mission, I think you're gonna live a harsh life. I ain't gonna lie, it's gonna be kind of harsh. It's gonna be harsh because you're not gonna always be happy. You're just not.
But look, a lot of people ain't gonna be happy because they don't want to do the inner work and go face themselves. Like they not go do what they gotta do to go through their trauma and actually get over it and actually cross over that fence and actually be happy and just be them. Because a lot of people they don't want to get to know themselves. They don't know how to be alone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But when you go chasing love, you might be chasing the ghosts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I guess I also view it as in like working out, right? If you love yourself, I don't like that term. I try to tie that in, but when you work out, right, instead it don't make you happy that stuff, well, eventually it do, but that pain that you tearing this and hurting your back and stuff, that don't make you happy though. But at the end of the results, when you overcome that, you love the results. I put it that way. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I kind of view that though. So happiness can be deceiving to your progression. Love. I don't even know where this stuff coming from, but it's but love. I don't know. It's just coming off the top now. But the love though, like I think it's nothing more powerful than that. Like that's sacrifice. That's selflessness. It's so much behind it. And I think that everybody, if they were built in love, then rather than being happy, I think we'd have a happy life.
Hey, Isaac.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think people. That's the thing. That is the ultimate. I've been hearing everybody say that too. Some people cannot recognize love unless they're happy, and it should not be like that. Sometimes you might have a parent that'll cuss you out, that whatever. That might be love. That might be love. It might not make you feel happy, but that's still love. That's love in their way. You know what I'm saying? It might be toxic also, but that's still love. If you could see it as love. So I think when people understand what love is, people don't really understand love. I get the definition or whatever, but if you look at how it's expressed and in the multiple ways that you can view it and stuff, I see people talk about the love language thing and stuff. Like I always say, I'm a firm believer. If you're picky with your love, it's something you got to look within yourself as to why you can only be loved this one way, or why you prefer this love more than this certain way or whatever. That's an internal thing within you. Because everybody like to go with each person is different though. Okay, I feel that, but when it comes to love, when it comes to love, it should be an objective thing, right? Even though when you express it, it's subjective. But it should be the exact same thing. Love should be just love. It literally should be that. Like you don't see angry being subjective and stuff, even though it get expressed subjectively. But anger is anger. It's objectively whatever the definition. That's the objective thing about it. It's just different forms of the way you do it. So I think when people understand what love is and the many different ways you can receive it or get it or give it out, I think they'll be more happy. Or joy. Let's say joy. They'll have more joy. And I think the goal should be joy, even though that's not on there though.
But look, a lot of people they don't really understand what love is. They think love is like the feeling or like the emotion. Love is an action. It's an action word. Like you gotta like actually show love so the person can know that you love them. If not, you know what I'm saying? It's just words.
Look, you can take a bite.
What?
Yeah, and then I do wanna say this because I hear everybody say that. I it's when it
Oh, Isaac.
when it comes to that, it's not either
If I only
or.
got
It's
one
it's
bite,
all
I'm gonna invite more that I.
it's all four of them. It's love is a action and it's an emotion, it's a feeling, and it's also a choice. So it's literally all three of them. It's not really either or. I know I've been hearing like the debate of
Like,
either or, and it's not
like
either or. It's literally all four of them.
to break it down, love, the feeling of love, that's just a chemical reaction in your brain.
True,
It's a
and
chemical reaction.
it's also real. Just like all our feelings are chemical
Oh yeah,
reactions. Every last emotion is chemical reaction.
oh yeah,
Yeah. So, but
it is.
that came around before thought. You know,
Oh yeah,
emotions
it
came
is.
before thought, right? Yeah. So it's literally a real thing. But that's
Yeah,
all I was
yeah.
just saying. I just wanted to mention because I hear everybody separate. You know, they separate all of. I know everybody looking weird. Like, why do I hear Kev voice and Rachel? But I forgot. I gotta go upstairs. But yeah, it's literally all four of them. It's nothing to be separated. You make a choice every day to do that. You can feel it. Sometimes you don't make a choice, right? And love can come about. That's where the emotion come in. At like all of a sudden you got this love type feeling because of how a person may speak or something like that. You know that's just what it is. Love is literally all four. So
So,
I agree.
I agree with y'all, and I want to add to what you guys are saying. You remember how earlier, Kel, when I gave my answer on women feeling safe versus being safe, and how the feeling is the response to the actual, event of the safety. And I think this is the same thing with love, right? How we give love, we pour love, and then it is felt, right? So I agree that it is an action, and it's not just the feeling itself. I agree that it is a choice that we make each day, very consistently, right? And I think this is where we, protect, where we contribute, where we consider, the other person's well-being, right? Without requiring anything from them. And I think that's the big thing, because especially when I think of romantic love and I work with the elderly, I see all the time where, let's say, the husband, he now becomes incapacitated because he had a stroke or he had a traumatic brain injury or maybe come down with dementia. So all of the things that he used to do as a man, provide for the home, work, do all of these things, he cannot do that anymore. So because he don't do these things, do you stop loving him, right? And the
nice.
answer is no. So true love is, sticking by his side, and whether he can do those roles or not, I love you for who you are as a person. So when I think of love, right, I think of love is behaving like in a way that make another person feel safe, free, and more to be themselves. Because when I think about like my current relationship, I have never felt more like that until now. I don't have to shrink myself. I don't have to like explain my work, right? I don't have to manage their emotions. I don't have to trade in peace just to be with somebody, right? When I think about just how it is around him, like he settles me, he calms me down, right? I'm an Aries and he's an Aquarius, right? And so he just when he speaks, he calms me down, right? He any confusion that I have, like he clarifies it for me. Like it's no pressure, right, to do anything. It's like it's no threats, even when we disagree. When we disagree, it's not even an argument. It's just a conversation, right? And it's so nice, right? When I think of love, really, I think of love as security. I think of it as safety. I think of it, like I said, you being able to be free and you to be yourself. And it's pretty much home. Home to me in a relationship is not a place. But for me, it's definitely becoming the person. Like that's my home right there. So yeah.
I do want to say this though. Somehow we always bring up love all the time, but even though I brought it up, Bill, but I was talking about this yesterday. I do believe true love, since somebody said true love, right? I believe true love is unconditional, and people got to understand what unconditional love is. I think to simplify it, when you're able, which a lot of people is not, when you're able to love your enemy, I believe you will understand what true love is. So I believe love shouldn't have no conditions behind it. So yeah, I think true love is unconditional. But yeah. Dang, I need y'all to rock a little bit more. So. Huh?
Look, I got
Oh yeah, and then all them claps earlier, I had to do I was bagged up on claps, so I just got upstairs. So I had to give all those claps. That was old. It wasn't leaving my conscience. I didn't feel safe if I didn't do it. So you know, so all right. But go ahead, y'all. I'm about to start writing up this other topic. Y'all got anything y'all wanted to speak on? Anything? What about peace though? Like peace. We could talk about that also. Um, people like avoiding confrontation and knowing who. Do you believe like the importance of knowing who? Not do you believe, but I think it's important when you're dealing with peace, right? It's important to understand who you are talking to, because I feel like people that go back and forth with people, and I tend to get wrapped up into it, but I got to remind myself sometimes. Eventually, after you talk to somebody long enough, you start learning that if they want to have a conversation or not. And I think that's a way to kind of keep your peace. But I think you can only have peace. I mean, you can have just let's stick with all these truths. Everybody likes saying truth. So true peace, I think you can have with selflessness, right, and not internalizing everything. So it's looking outside of yourself. I believe so. Just like true love. So how y'all feel about that? Oh my, y'all talking all at once. That's crazy.
So you talk about peace, huh?
Oh, go ahead, Gun.
I'm gonna say peace is like just a state of mind. Just like once you realize that you could actually stop your thoughts and actually like don't lock on to them and let them run, you'll get peace. But what up, Dev?
I ain't saying nothing. I'm agreeing with you. I said,
Oh no, I thought you had said what. Yeah, but I think it's just a state of mind. Just once you realize that, like, whenever people be having like anxiety or depression, that's them attaching to a thought and letting that thought run. Once you learn how to tell your brain, no, I don't want to think that, and you actually know how to like just let thoughts come and you just observe them, I think you be at peace then.
Okay. What you got, Miley?
I think peace is. Listen, I think peace is when is what exists inside of you or around you, where nothing in you is trying to protect itself. For instance, okay, when I think about peace, I think about being able to do things like say no without anxiety, right? Where I could be like honest, I could disagree without fear. I can go to sleep at night without feeling guilty, right? I think peace isn't necessarily quietness like people want to make it is. I think it's more about being unthreatened, right? So I don't think peace is when people avoid certain conversations. Like how people avoid having a certain conversation, even though it's hard to say, like you just said, Kel, to protect my peace. And they say because I'm peaceful, right? I don't think, that's peace because you have this fear there. And that's why you're avoiding it, right? I don't think peace is like when you suppress, certain things, where you look like you calm on the outside, but in the inside you raging with anger or like fear. I don't necessarily think too when, people, they mistake people's compliance with peace, right? Just to appease others. Um, and sometimes people who detach themselves from healing, they avoid the healing. They may not, show like the brokenness, but they avoid the healing. They detach from it. Like it's sort of like they're numb and they frame it as if they're mature or it's peace, right? And so people will claim to be peaceful when actually they're just avoiding conflict, right? And so I think peace is when it's like a state of mind when you feel like safe, right? You're aligned with your truth. And I don't think everyone is that or peaceful, right? Because some people love to manifest or, they love to benefit from chaos. And okay, that's simply how I would put it, right? Peace to me is non-chaotic. And people who are not peaceful are chaotic. They feel only regulated when they're controlling, right? Or they interpret like calm or boredom, or danger, as if it's like dangerous. They provoke things, like start some type of mess or conflict or whatever. And they only feel like there's something if they have caused this. But yeah, I think that peace, for that chaotic person feels like, feels safe to them when they get chaos. But it's not necessarily peaceful. And so, but yeah, I think peace. Oh,
Okay.
Let me add on one thing to what you say, cause like
Hold
I'm
on, I'm
agree
about to
with
say
you.
this real quick before you head on. So I was just gonna
I
say
agree,
this. Is
girl.
it necessary? You still in here? Necessary. You about to do your topic next when I reset. I'm already setting it up right now. If you in here, I don't know if it's necessary. If you in here, we gotta do your topic next. But go ahead, Conscious.
I look like a lot of people. They view chaos as their peace, and when they at peace, they view it as chaos because like they was raised up in the around chaos. So like to them, they could find that peace inside the chaos. So whenever that chaos not there, it's like they panic and like they don't know how to, cause like it's. I'm gonna say this. It's like it's too free form. You know what I'm saying?
Do the people? Oh,
yeah,
I like what you're saying in a way because you had made me think about like this freedom is like the freedom we have today is the reason why. And not to say nothing wrong with freedom, but it's the reason why a lot of people basically might be their own cause of their own peace being disturbed or messed up because that choice.
Wait, say it again.
I know I probably feel like I said it wrong though. It sounded better in my head, but I was about to say like the freedom, the freedom, basically the freedom we have, right? Because I noticed like the difference between us and other countries, right? Is basically are we causing our own mental issues? Like, so I'm trying to say that's what's disturbing our peace because of the choices we make. Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, that's big right there. Ooh, I'm gonna say, hey, look, look. I can't even argue with you on that one because I'm gonna have as a red now of how what's going on right now. I'm gonna have to agree with you, brother. That's a topic though. I ain't gonna lie. We got
That might be a topic, yeah.
Let me get that topic. I'm gonna talk my ish daddy for real.
Yeah, right. I might do that tomorrow. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm gonna talk my ish daddy. It's been a while, brother.
Look at my baby. My baby always know what you support me, boy. I gotta be on that though. Yeah, I'm gonna do that tomorrow, dude.
All right.
And to add to that, and what you just said, those are the type of people who lack self-awareness and self-accountability. So it's always everybody else's fault, right? And because it's always everybody else's fault, they'll never see how they have contributed to, that and losing their own.
Yeah, that's facts. Hold up, man. Miley ain't never got this many classrooms. What's going on? Hold
up. Look, people like to do things, but then they want to run away from what they did, and like they run and they tuck their tail, But then whenever you bring it up to them, they be like, "Oh no, I ain't do that." I'm like, "Oh man, you tripping now, man. I can't, I can't rock with that." Because if I bring you a problem and you be avoiding with it, but whenever you bring me a problem that I did, and I be like, "Okay, my fault, my bad." If you can't do that, I can't, But is that how the world is? That's how the world is. Man, tell my dog she too to come up here, man.
We're about
Who
to
that?
Hey, I'll be back. I want to see what your next topic is. I'm gonna go over the mural live for a little bit. Yeah.
For sure. Yep.
All right.
Talking about
You
she
got a
too
replay.
honest.
We trying to get you just.
The what vibe? Say it one more time. Conscious.
She too honest. Bring her up here.
Oh yeah, nah. She be up here in a minute. She probably just chilling anyway. So yeah, we gonna do a reset and we'll be right back.
All right, but dog, I'm gonna come back.
For sure. Yeah.